Chapter 408. After leaving the cave in the deep sea, Chun-Shi did not rush back to Shangjing immediately. Instead, he flew to Diyu Island. He had no choice. After all, Bai Hong did not know anything about it. Furthermore, the Divine Gate had not opened for a long time. Even if Chun-Shi wanted to go to Heaven Capital, there was no way in. Therefore, he could only pin his hopes on Jiang Yan. He wanted to see if he could find a better solution from Jiang Yan. Therefore, Chun-Shi led Bai Hong and Shui Xiang straight to Diyu Island. As soon as they got close to Diyu Island, Chun-Shi suddenly realized that Diyu Island's mountain guarding formation had become stronger. Previously, this heavenly dipper array was simply dispensable. Even Wuxia could easily break it, let alone him. After not being here for a while, this formation had been strengthened by 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Even if Chun-Shi wanted to break the formation, he would have to spend a long time outside. Seeing this, Chun-Shi suddenly had a guess in her heart. Jiang Yan was probably afraid of Wuxia. That was why he strengthened the mountain guarding formation to prevent the same tragedy from happening again. Out of politeness, Chun-Shi did not choose to break the formation by force. Instead, he waited patiently outside. He did not have to wait for long before the formation slowly opened. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Chun, how have you been? I wonder why you've come all the way to Diyu Island today? Before Jiang Yan even arrived, the enthusiastic greeting rang through the air above Diyu Island. Hearing this, Chun-Shi smiled and replied, I'm sorry for coming uninvited. No, I haven't seen you for a few days. I really miss your elegance. Please follow me into the house for a chat, Mr. Chen. A white light flashed and Jiang Yan appeared in front of Chun-Shi. Seeing his warm and welcoming face, Chun-Shi smiled and greeted him politely. At this time, Jiang Yan's gaze landed on Bai Hong and Shui Xiang. Who are these two? Chun-Shi knew that Jiang Yan had a grudge against Tiandu, so he deliberately concealed it. They're my friends. They came with me to visit Diyu Island. Oh, so that's how it is. Please come in. Jiang Yan laughed and made an inviting gesture to the 3 of them. Then he took the lead to fly to Serene Afterglow Peak. Chun-Shi thought that he had deceived Jiang Yan, but he did not know that Jiang Yan had already known everything about Tiandu. With just a glance, he had already determined the identities of Bai Hong and Shui Xiang. However, with this old fox's shrewdness, how could he be easily seen through by Chun-Shi when he was caught off guard? Therefore, the old man pretended that he didn't see anything and led the way. Chun-Shi followed behind Jiang Yan. In the process of flying to Serene Afterglow Peak, he suddenly realized that the atmosphere of Diyu Island was very different from before. Previously, Diyu Island was like a paradise. The Jiang clan lived a simple life where they worked at sunrise and rested at sunset. If they wanted to cultivate, the clan would provide cultivation methods. If they were not interested in cultivation, the clan would not force them. After all, this was a large clan with a population of tens of thousands. The clan leader could not possibly require everyone to cultivate. But now, Diyu Island was like a frontline military camp. From the elderly in their 70s to the children of 4 or 5 years old, all of them were cultivating hard on the drill ground. Jiang Yan noticed Chun-Shi's gaze, so he took the initiative to explain. The previous battle caused the Jiang clan to suffer heavy losses. The Jiang clan originally wanted to stand aloof from worldly affairs, but Tiandu was so aggressive. How can any egg remain intact when the nest is overturned? The clan members' fighting spirit has been aroused because of this. Speaking of which, it can be considered a good thing. Hearing this, Chun-Shi nodded. He did not think too much about it. He was even considering whether to inform Jiang Yan of the news of Wuxia's death. In fact, one could not blame Chun-Shi for being fooled by Jiang Yan. After all, he could not read minds. Jiang Yan didn't show the slightest bit of hostility towards Chun-Shi, not even a little bit. Jiang Yan kept showing goodwill to Chun-Shi, from his words to his actions. For example, the Adumbra flower. If not for Jiang Yan's free supply, Qin Ruoying would not have been able to ascend to the diviner level. In the end, Chun-Shi still owed Jiang Yan a favor. Jiang Yan led Chun-Shi to the Jiang clan's ancestral hall. This place was where the ancestors were worshipped. At the same time, it was also where the Jiang clan received important guests. Previously, Jiang Yuankue was in charge of the ancestral hall. Now that Jiang Yan had come out of seclusion, Jiang Yuankue naturally stepped down as the clan leader. Chun Shi looked around and realized that there was no one around the ancestral hall. He did not know if it was an illusion. Chun Shi felt that the atmosphere on Daiyu Island was a little strange. However, he could not pinpoint exactly what was strange about it. After all, in order to prevent Chun Shi from sensing that something was amiss, the possessed Jiang clan members had all retreated to the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Only Jiang Yan was left to receive him. Seeing that Chun Shi was constantly looking around, Jiang Yan did not wait for him to speak. He directly asked, "Mr. Chun, you came to the island this time because of the Arbiter of Fate Xian Nu, right?" As soon as he said that, Chun Shi's attention was immediately drawn back. He quickly asked, "Sir, do you know something? Actually, long before you came to the island, I already predicted that you would come to Daiyu Island today." At this point, Jiang Yan deliberately paused. Then he sighed and said, "The Arbiter of Fate Xian Nu is truly pitiful. Actually, I already received the news just now. Not only your wife, but also the other Arbiter of Fate Xian Nu who are still alive. Even the Arbiter of Fate Xian Nu who is over 30 years old and has already stepped down. At the same time their souls have been scattered." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yan stole a glance at Chun Shi. However, he saw that Chun Shi's face was terrifyingly gloomy. It was as if water was about to drip out of it. Seeing that, Jiang Yan could not help but feel secretly happy. Seeing that Chun Shi did not seem to understand the reason behind this, Jiang Yan pretended to sigh deeply. Then, he turned around and walked to the back of the ancestral hall. He took out an ancient book. This is the record of the divine gate that the Jiang family's ancestors wrote. Originally, it was not supposed to be read by an outsider. However, this concerns your wife, so I'll make an exception this time. Sir, please read it yourself." Jiang Yan directly handed the ancient book to Chun Shi. After that, Chun Shi began to read 10 lines at a time. The first half of the ancient book was about how the Jiang family became a sinner. Chun Shi was not interested in this at all, so he directly flipped to the back. When it came to the Taiching sacred ancestor, he began to read word by word seriously. As for the origin of the divine gate, Chun Shi had already learned more or less from Jiang Yan and Bai Hong. The ancient book only made further additions. However, these were not important. There was only one important thing in Chun Shi's eyes, and that was the Arbiter of Fate Xian Nu. The reason why the Jiang family did not have the Arbiter of Fate Xian Nu was actually because of this ancient book. Perhaps it was because the Jiang family's ancestors and the Taiching sacred ancestor were enemies. So the ancient book unceremoniously pointed out that the Arbiter of Fate Xian Nu was a backup plan left by the Taiching sacred ancestor for Tiandu. Back then, the sacred ancestor sacrificed Xian Nu's soul to lead the ancient immortal cultivators to the Great World. However, the Great World was only a small plane, far inferior to the large plane that Earth itself was in. Therefore, the sacred ancestor promised, as long as the descendants of sinners reached the celestial realm, they could ascend to the Great World. The purpose was to let the sinners of the lower realm provide an endless supply of Arbiter of Fate Xian Nu for Tiandu. As long as the Arbiter of Fate Xian Nu was not cut off, then the ancient immortal cultivators could once again build a soul bridge and return to Earth. This had to be mentioned. Only when the tide surged could Tiandu use the soul mirror to open the divine gate, allowing the celestials to ascend. This gate relied purely on the power of the tide to open, so only a few people could enter at a time. The higher the cultivation of the person who passed through the gate, the more difficult it would be to pass through the gate. It was like a giant trying to force his way into a dwarf's house. His huge body would naturally be stuck in the door frame. Unless the giant comprehended the true meaning of the word void, he would be able to open a new gate on his own. Otherwise, he could only obediently wait outside the gate. The reason why heavenly venerable wondrous spells could come to the lower realm was entirely because of the cultivation technique he practiced. He could pass through the divine gate with his clone, so he could bring Wuxia to the lower realm to check out the situation. Chun Shi quickly finished reading the contents of the ancient book. However, after reading it, his brows furrowed tightly. If that's the case, Yingying's soul didn't dissipate for no reason, but was forcibly taken away by the soul mirror? Using the soul mirror to take away Xiannu's soul and build a soul bridge that can allow millions of people to cross the two realms at the same time. In other words, Chapter 409. Building the soul bridge and opening the heaven gate. Returning to the human realm. Chen Shi wasn't very concerned about this. He only cared about one thing, and that was the soul mirror. According to ancient records, once the sky-bearing mirror was fully activated, the sky-bearing mirror would be activated. Then, the 5 holy temples in the lower realm and the 13 soul-amassing cauldrons in the various branches would be activated at the same time. From there, they would build a super-large teleportation formation across the two realms, the so-called Soul Bridge. Soul Bridge? More accurately speaking, the Soul Bridge should be called the Bridge of Forgetfulness, right? The River of Forgetfulness beside the Bridge of Forgetfulness. Ancient cultivators walked leisurely on the bridge, but the River of Forgetfulness beneath the bridge flowed with the blood and vengeful souls of the Siming Xiannu. In reality, there were no special requirements to become the Siming Xiannu. All one had to do was be a woman. As the Siming Xiannu gradually became a symbol of status, a series of additional requirements were added to the land of legacy in the lower realm. Of course, the Siming Xiannu that everyone in the village respected was actually just a stepping stone for the ancient cultivators to cross the river. The moment they became the Siming Xiannu, their souls were already offered to the soul-amassing cauldron. Even after death, their remnant souls would automatically fly into the soul-amassing cauldron and be stored in the cauldron as souls. It was only then that the Siming Xiannu would truly usher in their tragic lives. Because their souls hadn't perished, they would instead endure endless torment and burning in the soul-amassing cauldron until the soul mirror opened. Only then would they truly be liberated. Turning to ashes was a form of liberation. Chen Shi returned the ancient book to Zhang Yan. Then, without saying a word, he cupped his hands and thanked Zhang Yan. Then, he silently turned and walked out of the Zhang clan ancestral hall. Bai Hong had been waiting outside. When she saw Chen Shi come out, she immediately approached him to ask about the situation. But he didn't expect that Chen Shi would grab him and Shui Xiang and fly straight back to Shangjing. As soon as Chen Shi left, Zhang Yan followed behind. However, by the time he looked up, Chen Shi's figure had completely disappeared from the sky above Dai Yu Island. Seeing this, the corners of Zhang Yan's mouth immediately curled up into a meaningful smile. Chen Shi flew very quickly and returned to Shangjing in the blink of an eye. This time, he didn't let Bai Hong and Shui Xiang enter the house. Instead, he casually threw them into the alley and used his true essence to control them. Chen Shi had left so suddenly that the little girl couldn't find her father after looking around the yard. So she ran to the room to watch TV. One had to know that although Chen Shi did not waste much time on the road. But this time, he was looking for Shui Xiang and Zhang Yan, so Chen Shi wasted more than an hour. The sky had completely darkened. Under the dim night sky, the small bar by the beach was bustling again. Only this courtyard that used to be bustling with noise and excitement. At this moment, it was still deserted. Even the lights in the courtyard were not turned on. The little girl had been hungry for a long time. However, even though her stomach was growling, she didn't cry for her father. Instead, she quietly curled up in a corner of the sofa. In such a big house, only the big cat was still by her side. Big cat, do you know where Daddy went? Meow meow meow. The big cat let out a series of sweet noises. As if to comfort the little girl, the big cat moved closer to her, then stretched out its head and rubbed against her leg. Big cat, are you hungry? I'm hungry too. As she spoke, the little girl rubbed her little belly. She didn't cultivate, so naturally, she didn't know how to fast. The feeling of being hungry was something she had never experienced before. Daddy's not at home, so we can't run around. We have to be good at home and wait for Daddy to come back and make us delicious food. The little girl hugged the big cat in her arms. Then, as if to cheer herself up, she pouted and said these words of self-encouragement. Although she said this, the little girl still looked back at Qin Ruoying from time to time, then turned her head to look out the window. It was pitch black outside. Only the sound of the cold wind blowing could be heard. Because of this, A sense of confusion that she had never felt before appeared in her big, bright eyes. Where did Daddy go? The little girl waited bitterly. Finally, Chun-Shi arrived home. As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, Chun-Shi found that the house was dark, so he used his inner energy to turn on all the lights. In an instant, the lights were brightly lit, flowing with light and color. Qin Ruoying was bedridden, so his sister-in-law naturally couldn't escape this calamity. Xiao Yuan went home for the holidays, while his father-in-law was still in seclusion in his room, unaware of the outside world. Right now, in this huge courtyard of the Qin family, only a 5-year-old child was still moving around freely. But she was still so young. She didn't even know how to turn on the lights. Thinking of this, Chun-Shi's expression couldn't help but darken. He quickly walked to the west wing. Daddy's back. The moment the lights came on, the little girl excitedly jumped down from the sofa, then eagerly hugged the big cat and rushed out of the room. Daddy, where did you go? I missed you so much. Although they hadn't seen each other for more than an hour, the little girl really missed Chun-Shi very much. On one hand, it was because she was afraid of the dark. On the other hand, of course, it was because she was hungry. Hungry, right? Let's go. Daddy will take you to cook. Unlike usual, Chun-Shi didn't apologize to the little girl immediately this time, but carried her directly to the kitchen. The little girl naturally didn't notice this difference. As soon as she heard that her father was going to make delicious food for her, this little girl instantly threw all her worries to the back of her head, then excitedly rode on Chun-Shi's shoulder, smiling as she waited for her father to make delicious food for her. Soon, the father and daughter had a full meal. After filling her stomach, the little girl clung to Chun-Shi's side as usual, then pulled Chun-Shi to watch cartoons with her. But because her biological clock hadn't been adjusted, before 9 o'clock, the little girl kept yawning. Seeing this, Chun-Shi led her to the bathroom, then washed her up. Wash clean, put on a nice towel, lie on the bed. Hey! Maybe because she was in a good mood, the little girl even hummed the little song that the teacher taught her. Looking at her innocent and cute appearance, Chun-Shi's face finally showed a trace of a smile from the bottom of his heart. However, this trace of a smile didn't last long. When Chun-Shi carried the little girl back to the bed, watching the little girl as usual, tiptoeing to Qin Ruoying's side and lying down, Chun-Shi could no longer suppress the raging emotions in his heart, and tears suddenly flowed out. This had nothing to do with cultivation. It was the truest feeling in his heart at this moment. In order to prevent the little girl from seeing him, Chun-Shi used an illusion to cover his face. Daddy, tell me a story. Just one. After hearing it, I'll go to sleep obediently. Okay, since you're so obedient, Daddy will tell you too. Mua, Daddy is so good. So, Chun-Shi hugged the little girl, and softly told her a simple and childish story one after another in her ear. It wasn't until the little guy fell asleep that Chun-Shi finally stopped. He quietly looked at the two most important women in his life. They slept sweetly and peacefully, and nothing could disturb them. Just as Chun-Shi had once promised. Even if the sky collapses, I'll hold it up for you. I'm Yingying's husband, and also Nianyan's father. For Yingying, he couldn't let Tiandu build a soul bridge, because the moment the soul bridge was formed, Yingying's soul would scatter. So he had to dare to go to Tiandu before the soul bridge was built to ask for an explanation for his lover. But if he went, he didn't know when he would come back, because he wasn't completely sure. And this was also the first time since Chun-Shi returned that he did something he wasn't sure of. But he had to do it. Chun-Shi wouldn't leave quietly, so he had to accompany Nianyan for a night and tell her everything tomorrow. In order to save Mommy, Daddy had to leave temporarily for a while. Nianyan, wait for me. Daddy will definitely come back. Hey, in order to prevent the big shots from exploding mentally, let's give them a heads up. This isn't a sadistic novel and I'm not interested in killing my wife, but the plot has to move forward, right? I can't stay in the tea house all day, can I? Life has to have some ups and downs. Humans only grow when they experience things. Makes sense, right? Long live understanding. Chapter 410. The next morning, when the little fellow slowly woke up from her sleep, the sun was already high in the sky. Because of the orientation of the room, the sunlight shone directly on her face through the window, immediately making her little face bright red. The little fellow rubbed her eyes and then sat up from the bed with great effort. After habitually calling out Daddy, she then lowered her head to look at Qin Ruoying. "Good morning, Mommy." The little fellow greeted her mother sweetly, but Qin Ruoying still did not respond. She just lay quietly on the bed like that. There was no breath, no heartbeat, and of course, no movement. If one looked at it from a secular perspective, this child actually slept with her mother's corpse every day. Thinking about it carefully, this scene was really strange and even gave people a chilling feeling. Fortunately, the little fellow did not think so. In her mind, her mother was just sick, a very, very sick person. Daddy was busy taking care of her mother, so sometimes he neglected her. The little fellow did not want to cause trouble for her father. Therefore, she called out to her father, but her father did not appear for a long time. The child imitated her father's usual behavior, gently pecked her mother's cheek, and then got up from the bed. Then, the little fellow ran into the bathroom, stepped on a small stool, and began to wash herself. Brushing her teeth was too troublesome, so the little fellow directly skipped this process. She took a towel and wiped her face carelessly, and the washing was done. At this time, Qin Yongyan, who had not shown up for a long time, followed Chun Shi out of the main hall. "Good morning, Grandpa." The moment she saw Qin Yongyan, the little fellow very intimately went to his side, and immediately made Qin Yongyan laugh loudly. The 3 generations of grandfather and grandson sat around the small table and had breakfast. During this time, everything was as warm and peaceful as usual. Chun Shi cleared the table, and then called the little fellow to his side. "Nian, Daddy wants to discuss something with you." "What is it?" The little fellow tilted her head, her big eyes filled with confusion. "Mom's condition has worsened. Dad has to go abroad to get the best doctor for Mom. But it's very far overseas. Once Father goes, it might be a very, very long time before I can return." The little fellow did not reply immediately. She pursed her lips and looked at Chun Shi eagerly, as if she was still thinking about the meaning of his words. "Nian, be good. After Daddy leaves, don't be afraid, because Mom, Auntie, and Grandpa are all by your side, and the big cat, big head, they will always be with you. Mom and Auntie are both sick. They can't take care of you anymore, but Grandpa can. So, I'll have to trouble Grandpa to cook for you and take care of your life in the future. Grandpa is already so old. He's not as young as Dad. He doesn't have enough energy to play with you. Promise Daddy that you'll listen to Grandpa in the future. Okay?" Chun Shi gently held Nian in his arms and whispered many things into her ear. He knew that Nian might not be able to remember it, but he had no choice. He still had to say these words to Nian. This was Daddy's reluctance and also his parting words. The little fellow was still young, so she did not know what Chun Shi's words meant. She only remembered one thing, and that was, Daddy was leaving. He was going to a very, very far place. Because Mom was sick, Daddy had to find a way to treat Mom. The little fellow knew what was important. So even if she was a little unhappy, she did not cry and make a fuss to stop Chun Shi from leaving. Instead, she looked up and asked seriously, "Daddy, how long will you be away? When will you come back?" As soon as this question came out, Chun Shi fell silent. After a long silence, he reluctantly squeezed out a smile and said to the little fellow, "It won't be long. You know, Daddy has been abroad before. Now that I have experience, I should be able to come back soon." The little fellow nodded as if she had understood something. Then, as if she suddenly thought of something, she hurriedly asked, "Dad, what should I do if I miss you?" Hearing this, Chun Shi fell silent again, because he really did not know how to answer. Should he continue to deceive her, or should he cruelly tell her the truth? Once he left, he didn't know when he would see him again. Just thinking about it was enough to break his heart. The little fellow saw that Chun Shi did not answer for a long time. After blinking her eyes, she thought of a solution for herself. "Daddy, if I miss you, then I'll video call you." "Okay." Looking at the little fellow's expectant eyes, Chun Shi finally nodded decisively this time. This was a solution he did not think of. Now that technology was developing so rapidly, it should not be difficult to simulate his image and deceive the little fellow, right? The father and daughter had a lot of private conversations today. They talked from morning to afternoon. When the sun was about to set, the little fellow, led by Qin Yongyan, personally sent Chen Shi to the door. She tiptoed and took the initiative to kiss Chen Shi's left and right cheeks. Then she said with a reluctant face, "Daddy, you have to come back early? I'll miss you." "Okay, Daddy promises you." While speaking, Chen Shi gently left a kiss on the little fellow's forehead. The father and daughter parted ways. Chen Shi strode away and did not look back along the way. But until his figure disappeared at the end of the alley, the little fellow was still waving her little hand in the direction he left. "Daddy, come back early." After saying goodbye to the little fellow and making a series of preparations, Chen Shi took Bai Hong and Shui Xiang back to the familiar place, Karakoram Kunlun, the closest place to heaven. Chen Shi found the ruins of the sundial temple based on his memory, then sat down cross-legged in the middle of the ruins. Sitting down, he sat for a whole 3 days and 3 nights. It was not until the morning of the 4th day that Chen Shi finally woke up from his meditation and took out the sound-transmitting talisman that Zhang Yan gave him from his bosom. This was a sound-transmitting talisman that could directly contact Tiandu. It was a rare stock from ancient times. He did not know where Zhang Yan got it from. Right now, Tiandu was preparing to build a soul bridge. No matter how turbulent the spiritual qi in the lower realm was, it was impossible for Tiandu to withdraw the soul mirror that was in use. Since the gate of heaven refused to open, then Chen Shi could only think of a way to forcibly open the gate of heaven himself. This sound-transmitting talisman became the key, because he wanted to use this sound-transmitting talisman to locate the position of Tiandu and thus pry open the gate of heaven. This was also the solution that Chen Shi and Zhang Yan finally came up with after a detailed discussion. Since the moment Qin Ruoying's soul dissipated, Bai Hong had been reduced to a prisoner again, so he could only be locked to one side like Shui Xiang, anxiously watching Chen Shi's strange actions. They saw, after Chen Shi ignited the talisman, he leaped into the air. Then, under the dumbfounded expressions of the two people, Chen Shi held the flowing cloud sword in his hand, mobilized all the vital essence in his body, and fiercely slashed at the sky. In an instant, the mountains shook, the wind and snow trembled. After 3 days of meditation, Chen Shi gathered all the vital essence in his body to one point. The moment the sword was drawn, the whole world fell silent. Immediately after, the sword qi grew bigger and bigger. Every time it flew up a meter, the sword qi would violently expand at a speed visible to the naked eye. As the sword qi continued to expand, it finally showed a kind of earth-shattering momentum, rolling up all the fluttering snowflakes between heaven and earth, like a pillar that supported the heavens, crashing into the clouds. Only then did Bai Hong suddenly widen his eyes, finally understanding what Chen Shi was doing. He was going to use his own strength. Chapter 4:11. After 3 days of recuperation, Chen Shi finally slashed out with his sword. This was also the first time he had launched an attack in his peak state since returning to Earth. Of course, the target of his attack wasn't a person or object, and it was the boundless sky. The elegance of this sword could be said to be shocking the world. If one were to overlook the Earth from space, they would be able to clearly see that on the surface of this blue planet, a beam of light suddenly shot up into the sky like a celestial pillar. The dazzling sword light tore through the clouds, and the quintessential essence dispersed like ripples, spreading out wave after wave. Wherever the true essence went, the climate of the area would even change dramatically. The northern part of the land of polar night suddenly became as bright as day. Heavy rain suddenly fell on the parched and scorching Africa. Even Hawaii, which was like spring all year round, welcomed a strange snowstorm at this moment. The clouds were like confetti in a bottle, shaking violently with the shaking of the bottle. As a result, abnormal weather conditions appeared in various areas. The torrential rain had yet to stop, but the sun had already risen in the blink of an eye. The atmosphere became unbearably turbulent, and the turbulence caused by the true essence almost affected all the flights around the world. In the blink of an eye, The emergency communications from the captains blew up the command towers of various airports. Feeling the violent shaking of the plane, the unlucky passengers felt as if doomsday was coming. Some of the pessimists even began to write their wills. At this moment, how insignificant were the weak mortals. Thank goodness. This sudden change in weather didn't last long, and everything soon returned to normal. After all, she was not a villain who had come to Earth to wreak havoc. He just wanted to force open the divine gate with his own strength. He was only one step away from the insightful emptiness realm. However, this one step of difference was like a heavenly moat in front of him. The peak of the divine transformation realm and the early Dongshu realm. It seemed like there was not much difference between them, but in reality, the difference was like heaven and earth. If one were to say that they were only comprehending the laws of heaven and earth before the divine transformation stage, only after reaching the insightful emptiness realm could one truly be considered to be using the laws of heaven and earth. The true essence of the word void was the first law that an immortal cultivator had to master. And it was precisely because of this difference that she could only watch helplessly in the lower realm. Even though he knew that the soul mirror was the source of all suffering, he couldn't go to heaven capital to find a solution. The gate of heaven did not open. Could it be that he wasn't going? She naturally could not accept such an outcome. If Qin Ruoying's soul really dissipated in front of his eyes, and he could only watch helplessly, it seemed that she would never forgive himself in this lifetime. Thus, he had no choice but to take the risk and forcefully open the passageway between the two worlds with his soul formation stage cultivation base. It must be mentioned here, opening and opening were two completely different concepts. The Grand Pure Divine Ancestor had built enough connections between the two realms, so she didn't need to open up another channel. He only needed to open up the channel that was originally closed. Just like unblocking the sewers with the sound transmission talisman as the coordinates, and the glorious sundial temple as the starting point. After 3 days of recuperation, she had accurately found the entry point between the big world and Earth through the voice-transmitting talisman. That was why he had made such a shocking move today. With his own strength, he opened the divine gate with his sword. Not long after the sword light was slashed out, Bai Hong's eyes suddenly widened. His lips trembled as he wanted to say something. But after moving his lips for a long time, he still couldn't say a word. This feeling, Bai Hong, was too familiar. It was the divine gate. The divine gate was really about to open, as expected. The moment the sword light disappeared, a violent storm suddenly blew up on the peak of the snow mountain where the three of them were. Then, an extremely dazzling light suddenly bloomed from the void. Bai Hong took a closer look and found that although this light was much smaller than what they had seen in the past, the feeling it gave him was no different from the divine gate in his impression. The divine gate was actually forcefully opened by someone. Bai Hong looked at she not far away with a shocked expression. At this moment, she's slightly tired face finally revealed a gratified smile. This sword strike used 120% of his strength. After the sword strike, she was like an ordinary person who had just finished a marathon. He was sweating profusely, gasping for breath, and his mental state looked a little dispirited. However, just as she was about to smile, this light door was like a candle flame in the wind, and it began to shrink rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, she couldn't help but tremble. Are you kidding me? The divine gate was going to close so soon. In a hurry, she didn't even have time to adjust his breathing. He grabbed Bai Hong and Shui Xiang and rushed into the light door as fast as he could. The three of them successfully rushed into the light door. Then, this light door was like a broken light bulb. It suddenly burst out with an extremely dazzling light and then disappeared completely. Everything returned to silence. The wind and snow once again drifted on the peak of the snow mountain. The whistling cold wind continued to blow, and the snow quickly covered the traces left by the three of them. At the same time, floating Mist Mountain, which was also located in Karakoram Kunlun, but little known to people, Zhang Yan was standing on the peak of the mountain with his hands behind his back. He stared in the direction of the light pillar with his sharp eyes. After the light pillar finally disappeared, Zhang Yan closed his eyes and carefully sensed it. that powerful aura, disappeared. After confirming that there was no mistake, Jiang Yan's mouth suddenly curved into a faint smile. Then, the smile on Jiang Yan's face became more and more brilliant. In the end, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha 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 ha. Back to Chun Shi and the other two. When Chun Shi grabbed Bai Hong and Shui Xiong and plunged into the light door, his vision suddenly turned dark. Like a loach plunging headfirst into the mud, behind the light door, there was no light, no wind. There was no sound. Chun Shi couldn't see anything. Wherever his divine sense went, it was empty in all directions. It was like a vacuum bag. There wasn't even any air here. Thus, Chun Shi reached out and lit up a ball of light. But after the ball of light lit up, Chun Shi still couldn't see anything. Other than his body, there was only endless darkness in this dark space. Where are the two of them? Chun Shi looked around and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Bai Hong and Shui Xiong were personally captured by him and entered the heavenly gate. But after entering the door, Chun Shi's connection with the two of them was completely cut off. Chun Shi thought that he had been ambushed and subconsciously wanted to draw his sword, but he found that he had lost the flowing cloud sword at some point in time. Right now, he was only left with the training clothes he wore when he set off. Chun Shi had no choice but to search aimlessly in this dark space. But after flying for a long time, he still hadn't reached the end. Along the way, there was nothing in the range of his divine sense. There was no other way. Chun Shi could only try to fly down. But after flying for a long time, he couldn't find the ground. Chun Shi thought that his sense of direction was wrong, so he flew horizontally again. This time, he still flew for a long time. Chun Shi still didn't fly to the border. Where is Tiandu? Where did Bai Hong and Shui Xiong go? What is this place? Chun Shi was a little flustered. Everything in front of him was completely beyond his imagination. How to describe that feeling? He was now like a wisp of dust floating in the universe. But there were no planets in this universe, let alone anything that could be called an object. Apart from him, this universe was a complete vacuum, leaving behind only boundless darkness. He couldn't fly to the end. He couldn't see anything. There was no reference point. There was no gravity, no magnetic field, no radiation, and there was no spiritual energy of heaven and earth. F***CK. Chapter 412. Chun Shi used to think that there was only one thing he couldn't figure out in his entire life, and that was, how did he get to Heavenly Spiral? Who would have thought? Chun Shi hadn't even figured out the first thing, and the second thing that he couldn't figure out had already happened. This dark space was like a small black cell that imprisoned felons. At first, Chun Shi tried to think of ways to escape. But as time passed, Chun Shi realized that everything he did was useless. This place could be said to be, there was no road to heaven and no door to hell. Only boundless darkness enveloped him. Chun Shi released tens of thousands of light balls. For every 100 kilometers he flew, he left a light ball in the darkness. He tried to use the light ball as a reference point to find the boundary of the dark space. But as time passed, Chun Shi suddenly turned around and realized that even though the light balls he left behind had become a vast galaxy, he still couldn't fly to the boundary of the dark space. Perhaps this was the true meaning of boundless? After several fruitless attempts, Chun Shi's true essence had already been consumed by about 70 to 80%. There was no heaven and earth spirit chi here. If this continued, Chun Shi would be like a lamp that ran out of oil before they could find the exit. Chun Shi had no choice but to give up struggling. Then he silently sat cross-legged in the darkness. In order to conserve his inner core, Chun Shi didn't even light up the light balls again. The remaining inner core flowed slowly in his body, and Chun Shi's brain worked quickly. He started to pay attention to the passage of time: 1 second, 1 minute, 1 moment, 1 hour, 1 day, 1 week, 1 month, 1 year. Chun Shi's mind was firm. The endless darkness didn't cause him to lose his mind. But as time passed, Chun Shi's heart gradually became heavy. He closed his eyes, then opened them. 3 months had passed. This dark space was clearly endless, but Chun Shi felt especially oppressed. It was as if he would be swallowed by the darkness at any time. He couldn't accept it. He couldn't accept it. He couldn't accept it. Once Tiandu built his soul bridge, Ying Ying's divine soul would vanish into thin air. By then, even if the Daluo Golden Immortal descended, he would be powerless. Chen Shi couldn't accept being trapped here, because he still had a lot of things to do. In a moment of desperation, Chen Shi flew up and down in the darkness like a headless fly, roaring loudly. He tried his best to make as much noise as possible. However, this dark space didn't even give him a trace of a reply. Very soon, a year passed. The long period of darkness and the mental pressure brought about by the rush to save Yingying's to begin with, Chen Shi's to begin to collapse. He grabbed his own hair with a pained expression, and could only let out a series of howls that were close to wailing. "Let me out! Let me out! Let me out! I beg you!" His voice was loud and impassioned at first, but it gradually became low and hoarse. In the end, it completely turned into a feeble and pitiful pleading. In the blink of an eye, 10 years passed. Chen Shi was in complete despair. He was like a puppet that had lost its soul. He floated numbly in the darkness, as silent as a corpse. If someone were to approach his body, they would hear his mouth squirming. He could still speak, but he just kept repeating this sentence. "It's too late. Too late, too late, too late." 10 years had passed. Yingying's soul should have long dissipated. Even if he were to be let out now, it was too late. It was hopeless. It was already hopeless. Chen Shi clearly remembered every detail when he was with Yingying. It was also because of this that the sweetness of the past had now become a sharp knife that ruthlessly slashed at his heart again and again. Self-blame, pain, regret, sadness, anxiety, worry, irritation, frustration, anger. All the negative emotions of human beings were gathered in Chen Shi's heart at this moment. If it was possible, he would rather die than stay in this boundless darkness. Fortunately, Chen Shi still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. Last year, today, in this door, human faces and peach blossoms were rosy. I don't know where the human faces are, but the peach blossoms are still smiling in the spring breeze. He had already parted with Yingying once. He had stayed in heavenly spiral for 500 years, but only 5 years had passed on earth. Who knew how many years a year in this godforsaken place was equivalent to on earth? Thinking of this, Chen Shi couldn't help but erupt with an extremely strong will to live. Yes. Before determining the time difference between the two worlds, how could he give up on himself? Before the moment the truth was revealed, how could he be hit by his own negative emotions first? Chen Shi sat cross-legged again. He didn't want to think about those things anymore. Instead, he began to repeatedly ponder the mystery of this dark space. Since this dark space could trap an immortal cultivator at the peak of the soul formation realm, it meant that this space was definitely extraordinary. Chen Shi directly ruled out the possibility that Tiandu was behind this. It wasn't that he looked down on Tiandu, but that Tiandu really didn't have that ability. Even if the Grand Pure One was alive, it was absolutely impossible for him to play with him in the palm of his hand like this. As such, after pondering over it again and again, Chen Shi suddenly had a guess in his heart. Could it be that there was an accident when he opened the heavenly gate with his sword, and that was why he barged into this endless dark space? Came uninvited? Waiting for him? Or catching a turtle in a jar? He hadn't comprehended the true meaning of the word void, so he didn't understand what was needed to cross the two worlds. A huge amount of vital essence. Obviously, it was more than that. Chen Shi began to think about this problem seriously. Even if he was deep in darkness, he had to maintain a clear mind. Chen Shi kept thinking, but time never stopped waiting for him. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. Let's talk about Nianyan first. Ever since Chen Shi left, the little girl had been thinking about him all the time. On one hand, it was because Grandpa's cooking was not as good as Daddy's. On the other hand, it was because Mommy had been lying in bed motionless. Without the company of Daddy and Mommy, the little girl was indeed very uncomfortable and was not used to it. Therefore, she had to video call Chen Shi at least 10 times a day. Fortunately, before Chen Shi left, he had already made all the preparations. She didn't know what agreement he had reached with Wu Lian. In short, after Chen Shi left, Wu Lian set up a team to deal with the little girl's video bombardment that could come at any time. Therefore, with the support of national technology, Chun Shi's appearance could always appear vividly in front of the little girl. This also greatly eased the little girl's longing. Detective Conan could lie to Xiaolan until the end with just a phone call, let alone Chun Shi who used a video call. Under the constant comfort of Chun Shi, the little girl also welcomed a new year. This year's Spring Festival was much earlier than last year. February 4th, New Year's Eve. Early in the morning, Wang Chuanju and Qin Yongwang brought a large group of people to the Qin family's courtyard. In order to make the little girl happy, the big brothers and sisters from the various departments of the Martial Arts Alliance used all their strength. They practically treated her like a little princess. They held her in their hands, afraid that she would fall, and in their mouths, afraid that she would break. With so many people trying to make the little girl happy, even without the company of Daddy and Mommy, the little girl had a very happy new year. Chapter 413. Children don't remember things. Once there's something happy, they'll quickly throw their worries aside. Nian is naturally the same. It's just that her happiness is like the tide, always coming in waves. After the tide recedes, there will still be a large beach full of holes poked by stone crabs. It's impossible for the little fellow to stay excited forever. Therefore, every night when she goes to bed, it's the time of the day when she misses her father the most. Chun Shi was still telling her stories in the video, but the little girl didn't fall asleep after listening to it like she used to. She always asks her father to finish one story after another, as if she has inexhaustible energy. Every time this happens, Qin Yongyan will silently wait at the side. It wasn't until Chun Shi on the other end of the video repeatedly ordered the little guy to sleep that the little guy would pout and lie back on the bed. At this time, Qin Yongyan will turn off the light and quietly leave the west wing. Qin Yongyan once thought of bringing the little fellow to live with him in the main room, but the little fellow is unwilling no matter what. She wants to sleep with her mother, although her mother never responds to her. The little fellow has been staying in this courtyard full of spiritual energy, surrounded by all the cultivators above the celestial being stage. Under normal circumstances, the little fellow should have already become a child genius. But she didn't, because Chun Shi has already placed a seal on her. The little fellow's intelligence has always been at the level of a normal person. Chun Shi only wants to give Nian a normal childhood. He doesn't want her to become a weirdo among her peers. Chun Shi's reason for doing this is very good. Just like what Jack Ma said, the biggest mistake in my life is to establish Alibaba. But before this sentence, there's actually another sentence. I regret that I'm always busy with work and have no time to accompany my family. If I can live again, I definitely won't be like this again. My wife said it well, you're not my person, you belong to Alibaba. The unscrupulous media took the words out of context, causing the meaning of this sentence to completely change. Cultivation is not a matter of time. For immortal cultivators with long lifespans, what did a few years count for? Nian only had one childhood. Why couldn't she be allowed to play happily for a few years without any worries? Chun Shi's idea was very good. Unfortunately, a thought was just a thought. When Chun Shi embarked on a strange journey to save Yingying, the happy life of the family of three was completely shattered. Chun Shi considered that he might not be able to stay by Nian's side to protect her. So after hesitating for a while, he personally removed the first layer of the seal on Nian's body. When she turned 12 and 18, the second and third layers of the seal would automatically be removed. If by that time, if Chun Shi hadn't come back yet, Qin Yongyan would have told Nian the truth. It was up to her to make her own choices in the future. Let's go back to that damn dark space. Since Chun Shi broke the demonic barrier and kept his spiritual altar clear, time had become meaningless to him. There was no spiritual energy here, so breathing seemed to have become a kind of consumption. There wasn't much true qi left in Chun Shi's body, so he could only gather the remaining true qi in order to keep his body alive. He hadn't moved for 100 years. There was nothing in the dark space, so naturally, there couldn't be dust. So even if 100 years had passed, Chun Shi didn't seem to have changed at all. The only change was, maybe it was a slight change in his demeanor. Chun Shi had long been used to everything around him. After experiencing the initial anger and despair, his state of mind had become calmer. Before he saw it with his own eyes, he would never think in a bad way. What Chen Shi was going through now was actually very similar to what Robinson was going through, but much more miserable than Robinson. After all, even if Robinson was trapped on an isolated island and didn't have enough food to eat and clothes to cover his body, Robinson still picked up a volleyball to amuse himself. What about Chen Shi? Without being able to replenish the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he didn't even dare to move. Deduce a cultivation technique? Could a mere soul formation cultivator deduce and optimize the Sky Yen divine sex treasured scripture? Try to understand the true meaning of the word void? Without practice, all great ideas were just empty words. Bored, Chen Shi could only recall the bits and pieces of the past. Just like watching a TV series, he watched the story about himself over and over again, and every time he watched it, he enjoyed it very much. Whenever he thought of how cute Nian was when she acted coquettishly in front of him, Chen Shi's lips would even curl up into a faint smile. To be honest, with Chen Shi's current state, his thinking had definitely improved by more than one level. Perhaps this was also a kind of training. Even if he was trapped, Chen Shi had to be calm. In the blink of an eye, another 100 years had passed. After 200 years of darkness imprisonment, Chen Shi's mind didn't collapse, but his body couldn't take it anymore, because his true essence had long been exhausted. Without the support of true essence, there would be a day when the physical body would deteriorate. Once the physical body deteriorated, then Chen Shi's soul wouldn't be far from dispersing. After all, this place didn't have a suitable physical body for him to possess. Thinking of this, Chen Shi's withered face couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. He persevered for a long time. He really tried his best. If possible, Chen Shi hoped that time here would be much slower than the outside world, because only then could he go to the bridge of helplessness and quietly wait for the arrival of his lover. Ying, I'm sorry. At this moment, Chen Shi's heart was like dead ashes. He closed his eyes tightly, and the remaining tears flowed out uncontrollably. However, just as Chen Shi was floating in the darkness waiting for death, a ray of light suddenly appeared in the darkness. It was really light. However, the light was very weak, and it seemed to be very far away from Chen Shi. Chen Shi didn't notice the appearance of this light. As his breath became weaker, the light became brighter and brighter. Finally, Chen Shi noticed something strange. He hadn't seen light for more than 100 years. After feeling the abnormality caused by the light shining on his eyelids, Chen Shi's eyelids suddenly trembled slightly. Then, he was like a drowning man, twisting madly in the darkness. Chen Shi used the last of his strength to open his eyes and saw that the light seemed to be right in front of him. Light! I'm saved! I'm saved! The moment he saw the light, Chen Shi's heart suddenly exploded with an extremely strong will to live. He didn't know where he got the strength from, but his body suddenly bounced up, and then he tried his best to run towards the light at the fastest speed. As the light got closer and closer, Chen Shi's pupils couldn't help but become bigger and bigger. He was a little excited and a little scared. He was afraid that everything in front of him was an illusion before he died. Thinking of this, Chen Shi suddenly closed his eyes and then plunged into the light. By the time Chen Shi's body was submerged in the light was like a firework, instantly disappearing from the dark space. But at this moment, in this dark space that imprisoned Chen Shi for 200 years, a woman's voice suddenly sounded. He can't die here. The woman seemed to be talking to someone. If Chen Shi was still here, he would definitely feel that this woman's voice was very familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Sure enough, as soon as the woman's voice fell, a man's voice immediately followed. This is the reason for your interference? Do you know what the consequences are? I know. It's good that you know. The conversation came to an abrupt end. Chapter 4:14. After Chen Shi plunged into the light, a cool and refreshing feeling enveloped him. That feeling. It was like a traveler in the desert who had been exposed to the sun for 3 days and suddenly fell into an underground cold pool. The surging spiritual energy of heaven and earth flowed into his body, instantly causing Chen Shi's dried-up dantian to glow with vitality. Chun Shi gasped for breath and frantically grasped the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth around him. He did not even care where he was. After jumping out of the light, he directly sat cross-legged on the ground and adjusted his breathing. Who cares what the situation is? In any case, he had to replenish his vital essence first. After about a level of vital essence in his body had recovered, Chun Shi swept away the dispirited look on his face. At this moment, he looked like a famous ancient sword that had just been unearthed. Although there was still a lot of mud on the surface, after unsheathing, the sharp edge of the sword still shone with a piercing cold light. Spiritual energy of heaven and earth. How long has it been since I felt such dense spiritual energy? Feeling the continuous accumulation of vital essence in his body, Chun Shi could not help but look intoxicated, like a drunkard who had tasted the finest nectar. Then he finally opened his eyes slowly. After looking around, a trace of inexplicable surprise appeared on his face. I really escaped? This place. Could it be the great world? Chun Shi looked around and found himself in a strange place. The giant trees in this place towered into the sky. Each one of them was hundreds of meters tall and incomparably thick. The ground was covered with dense vegetation formed by ferns and wood tapestry. Such a flourishing and dense forest scene almost dazzled Chun Shi's eyes. One had to know that he had not seen anything for 200 years. Suddenly coming to such a lively place, Chun Shi's heart was immediately filled with a kind of joy of seeing the light of day again. But immediately after that, Chun Shi's face immediately darkened. He had been trapped in the dark space for 200 years, and did not know how long had passed in the outside world. If the soul bridge had been built, wouldn't Yingying's soul have been destroyed? How could that be? Thinking of this, Chun Shi could no longer sit still. He didn't even bother to replenish his true essence and directly flew into the air above the dense forest, preparing to capture someone to ask about the situation. If Yingying was fine, that would be fine. If anything happened to Yingying, he would have to fight to the death with Tian Du for the rest of his life. As Chun Shi prepared for the worst, he quickly flew into the air. However, when he flew out of the forest and into the sky, Chun Shi suddenly discovered something. The great world before his eyes was completely different from what he had imagined. In Chun Shi's imagination, the great world should be a planet like Earth. But what appeared in front of him now? They were countless floating islands in the void. Just like in the movie Avatar, these floating islands were either big or small. The vegetation on the islands was lush, and they all had a complete ecosystem. In fact, calling it a floating island didn't seem right. To be exact, it should be called a mountain. One mountain range after another floated in the void. After all, the great world was just a small plane in a crack in the void. Couldn't be measured by the common sense of the universe. There was no sun in the great world, and all the light came from the great sun-moon-star formation that the Tai Ching divine ancestor had inscribed on the boundary of the plane. Under the illumination of the great sun-moon-star formation, the great world had a day and night like Earth. He didn't know how big this space was. With just a cursory glance, Chun Shi saw thousands of floating islands of different sizes, and the floating island he was on was considered relatively small. The floating islands were either high or low, and each island was surrounded by immortal clouds. Chun Shi listened attentively and found that there were vigorous roars of beasts coming from the depths of the forest. Suddenly, a giant golden bird swept past Chun Shi's eyes. After grabbing a strange beast the size of an elephant from the forest below him, the giant bird turned around and flew toward another floating island. Such a strange scene was really amazing. Because Chun Shi had just escaped from the dark space, he had a better understanding of it. Thus, Chun Shi looked into the distance and set his gaze beyond the group of floating islands, to a place where even the great sun-moon-star formation couldn't illuminate. There was nothing but emptiness. It was still that endless darkness. Although there were many floating islands, they couldn't fill up such a huge dark space. This great world. Wasn't this the upgraded and expanded version of the dark space? If there were no surprises, this small plane should be similar to the dark space, and there shouldn't be anything in it. After the Tai Ching divine ancestor discovered this plane, he moved countless mountains from somewhere, and that was how the great world became the size it was today. mountains could be moved, but where did the rich spirit qi of heaven and earth come from? She was stunned by the Tai Ching divine ancestors' extravagance. Only now did he realize that his understanding of the Tai Ching divine ancestor was too one-sided. This great figure who had single-handedly turned the dark space into a cultivation holy land comparable to heavenly spiral and saved the ancient cultivators, what level had he reached? Insightful emptiness? Tao integration? Or perhaps the legendary tribulation true immortal? She frowned and pondered for a long time. In the end, he could only put these questions to the back of his mind. After all, he had more important things to do now. Presumably because the great world couldn't produce spirit qi on its own. She rested for a while and realized that the spirit qi of heaven and earth in the great world was only slightly richer than on earth. Perhaps this was the main reason why Tiandu had decided to return? For Yingying's sake, she had to stop Tiandu from building a soul bridge. It was still the same sentence. Even 200 years of imprisonment hadn't extinguished the last bit of hope in his heart. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, then Yingying would always be waiting for him to save her. She hid his figure and stealthily passed through the various floating islands. While grasping the spirit qi of heaven and earth on each island, he quickly flew in the direction of Tiandu. It was a pity that Baihong and Shuixiang had run off somewhere. Otherwise, she could have prepared a battle plan in advance. How did she know where Tiandu was? Wasn't this nonsense? The island with the densest spirit qi and the largest floating island. Wasn't that Tiandu's headquarters? She didn't go near the largest floating island. Because his true essence was exhausted, it would take at least 3 months to recover to peak condition. He had endured 200 years, what more a mere 3 months? She wasn't in a hurry. In order to be able to observe Tiandu's movements at any time, he lurked on a nearby floating island. 3 months? Yingying, wait for me. When my true essence recovers, it will be the time when my true essence ends. Please remember the domain name of this book. .com. Wonderful Book Mobile Version Website. .com. Chapter 415. 3 months passed by in a flash. In order not to be detected, she plundered large amounts of heaven and earth spirit qi from hundreds of floating islands during this period of time. After all, he was a soul formation cultivator. Now that he was determined to cultivate in seclusion, how could outsiders easily detect him? The only thing that could attract the attention of Tiandu was probably the rate at which the spirit qi on these floating islands was dissipating. Shi's heart was always on the soul mirror, so when he was not cultivating, he could not help but take time out to walk around a few times. As a result, he gradually gained a basic understanding of the great world. There were a total of 120,000 floating islands in the great world. If all the floating islands were piled together, the surface area was even larger than the moon, almost the size of Asia. The floating islands were not eternal. Once the heaven and earth spirit qi on the island was exhausted, the floating island would completely lose its vitality and float to the periphery of the floating islands. She had not figured out the source of the heaven and earth spirit qi for the time being. However, he was sure that the floating islands here were like batteries. After they were used up, they would not immediately become useless. Instead, they would float to the periphery and wait for the heaven and earth spirit qi to slowly recover. As for what kind of method did the floating islands use to recover their spirit qi? Obviously, she still needed to observe for a while more. Every island had its own ecosystem. Apart from heaven and earth treasures and rare beasts, of course, there were also many descendants of ancient cultivators living here. She went to a few nearby floating islands, but found that these people were like the Jiang clan, who were holed up in Dai Yu Island. They had a clear concept of community, and it could be said that each island did not interfere with the other's business. You're on your island, I'm on mine. Everyone abided by their duties, and it seemed that they would never interact with each other. On this day, after she cultivated for 36 cycles as usual, he let out a deep breath of turbid qi. Although the great world had begun to decline, the density of heaven and earth spirit qi was still comparable to when the tides were surging in the lower realm. Therefore, his true yuan recovered very quickly. Now that he had mostly recovered, he estimated that he would be able to return to his peak state in a few days. And as his condition improved, the The strange phenomena caused by Chun's cultivation also became more and more powerful. Therefore, although the mountain peak he was on was covered by a concealing array, as long as someone stepped into the array, they would be able to see the spiritual energy of heaven and earth swarming towards them like clouds and mist. From afar, it was as if she was sitting at the bottom of a huge funnel, and Bicker was constantly pouring spiritual energy into his body. While she was busy sorting out the true essence in his body, a figure suddenly flew out from the floating island where Tiandu was and arrived above she's floating island in the blink of an eye. She only took a cursory glance and discovered that this person's true essence was thick and his aura was incomparably powerful. He was at least an existence on the same level as Bai Hong. Divine General? In fact, in the 3 months that she had been here, she had discovered a strange thing. Apart from the floating island where Tiandu was, he didn't find any divine general level cultivators on the other floating islands. This was obviously somewhat illogical. As the saying goes, only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win 100 battles. Although Shi's overall plan was disrupted by the sudden appearance of the dark space, he still learned the general structure of Tiandu from Bai Hong in advance. First of all, the Celestial Lords of 10 Directions, led by Yuhuan Tianzuan and the others, were the core of the entire Tiandu. These 10 people were also the strongest in the big world. She hadn't fought with a Celestial Lord yet, but from Bai Hong's description, she could basically conclude that a Celestial Lord should be equivalent to a cultivator at the divinity transformation stage. As for whether a Celestial Lord or a divinity transformation cultivator was stronger or weaker, this question was obviously only known to Shi after he personally fought with one. In addition to the Celestial Lords of 10 Directions, Tiandu also had the Divine Generals of 5 Directions, who were respectively in charge of the East, South, West, North, and Center. There were a total of 36 people, 10 Celestial Lords and 36 Divine Generals of 5 Directions. In addition, there were 72 Rakshasa Lords whose strength was second only to the Divine Generals, as well as countless Celestial Lords. It wasn't that she wanted to boost the morale of others and belittle his own prestige, but with Tiandu's strength and foundation, even in the Tiandu domain, it was enough to dominate a region. In the past 3 months, she hadn't seen any Divine Generals or Celestial Lords, so he gradually became a little uneasy. Could it be Tiandu had already built a soul bridge and went to the lower realm? Every time he thought of this, she couldn't help but worry in his heart, and was very eager to go to Tiandu to see the situation. But considering that his cultivation had not yet recovered, and that he would definitely not end well if he stood out, she could only forcibly suppress this terrible thought. 200 years had passed, and there was no point in being anxious. Therefore, she had even prepared for the worst. If Yingying was fine, then it would be fine, but if something happened to Yingying, even if he risked his old life, he was bound to bite off a large piece of Tiandu's flesh. Since he couldn't be with her for the rest of his life, then he must avenge her for the rest of his life, until he died. Shi's mind was full of twists and turns. When he saw the Divine General appear, he was immediately overjoyed instead of shocked, and hurriedly followed him secretly. The Divine General didn't stay in the air for long. After hurriedly sweeping a glance around the floating island, he directly landed on the square in the center of the floating island. This Divine General was about 30 years old, and seemed to be slightly older than Bai Hong. His appearance was rather rough, and his armor shone with a cold light, looking particularly impressive. As soon as he landed, the Divine General frowned and asked the crowd, "Who sounded the dragon's alarm drum?" At this time, the residents of the island had all gathered here. One of the elders seemed to be the person in charge of this floating island, so he immediately stepped forward and replied, "Reporting to Divine General Qin Yang, this old man is the peak's head, Fu Anqing." It was this old man who ordered people to sound the dragon's alarm drum. Hearing this, the man called Divine General Qin Yang sized up the old man. This floating island was called Amethyst Peak, and the peak's head was the highest leader of this floating island, roughly equivalent to the village chief of a village. Do you know the consequences of recklessly sounding the dragon's alarm drum? Of course this old man knows, but this matter is very serious. I hope Divine General Qingyang can resolve this problem for my Amethyst Peak. What exactly is the matter? Divine General Qingyang patiently asked a few questions before learning the whole story from the old man. It turned out that there was a problem with Amethyst Peak's dragon's vein. Each floating island only had one dragon's vein, and the dragon's vein was the lifeblood of the entire floating island, and at the same time, the source of the island's spirit chi. Under normal circumstances, Amethyst Peak's dragon's vein would dry up after at least 100 years. However, this dragon's vein had some kind of problem, and the spirit chi it produced every day was gradually decreasing. In the past few days, it was on the verge of death. At this rate, Amethyst Peak would probably be abandoned in a few months. Since the elder was a peak's head, how could he not panic? Bring me to take a look. After a simple negotiation, the elder led Divine General Qingyang to the dragon's vein to check it out. It was obvious that the drying up of Amethyst Peak's dragon's vein had something to do with Chen Shi. This floating island was the closest to Tiandu, and Chen Shi had spent the most time on this floating island, so he had cut off almost half of the spirit chi produced by the dragon's vein. Who would have thought that this would alarm Divine General Tiandu? Now that Chen Shi was done with his work, the dragon's vein naturally returned to normal. Divine General Qingyang took a closer look, and after finding that the problem wasn't very big, he roared at the elder angrily. Yuan Tianzuan ordered the 5 divine generals to gather at the Imperial Extreme Palace, and you sounded the dragon's alarm drum for such a small matter? I think you're trying to hang yourself. Are you tired of living? Please remember the domain name of this book. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version, Reading Website. Chapter 416. One must know that the dragon's scare drum was similar to a beacon tower. Whenever the dragon's scare drum sounded, the 5 divine generals closest to the island had to immediately put down whatever they were doing and rush over to check on the situation as quickly as possible. However, after Divine General Qingyang's inspection, he discovered that although the output of the dragon's vein was low, it was far from the level where the dragon's scare drum was sounded. What was this? In ancient times, there was King Yu of Zhou toying with the warlords with the beacon fire, and now there was Fu Anqing toying with the divine general with the dragon scare divine general? One could only imagine how furious Divine General Qingyang was at this moment. At this time, Fu Anqing also discovered that the dragon's vein was fine, so he instantly knew that he had gotten himself into big trouble today. He hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged Divine General Qingyang with a terrified expression. Divine General, please forgive me. This matter is indeed this old man's oversight. It's just that there really was something wrong with the dragon's vein a few days ago, causing us to be unable to cultivate smoothly. At this point, Fu Anqing could not help but look at the dragon's vein with a puzzled expression before continuing to defend himself. To tell you the truth, just before we sounded the dragon's scare drum, this old man had specially sent someone to verify it. Who would have thought? The dragon's scare drum had just sounded, and the dragon's vein returned to normal. Before he finished speaking, Fu Anqing looked like he wanted to cry but had no tears. Even if he had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to casually make fun of the divine general. The goddamn dragon's vein. This time, he was really in deep trouble. Even in a society ruled by law, false police reports could be detained, let alone in a feudal society with a strict hierarchy like Tiandu. Therefore, Fu Anqing's defense did not have any effect. Divine General Qingyang could not be bothered to talk nonsense with him. With a wave of his hand, he ordered his men to send Fu Anqing to the death row. This was a critical period, and everyone in Tiandu was extremely tense. Therefore, the matter of Fu Anqing sounding the dragon's scare drum could only be investigated later. Subsequently, Divine General Qingyang warned the people of Purple Jade Peak, then turned and flew back to the floating island where Tiandu was located. Seeing this, Chen Shi immediately followed, turning into a stream of light and sticking closely behind Divine General Qingyang. Divine General Qingyang was only at the Yuanying stage, so he naturally didn't notice that there was a tail behind him. Therefore, Chen Shi, led by Divine General Qingyang, passed through the formation and smoothly arrived at the core of the macro world. Tiandu, Dragon Head Peak. There was a very powerful array around the Dragon Head Peak, which was also one of the reasons why she did not dare to get too close to it. With Divine General Qingyang paving the way, she was naturally able to barge in very easily. And the reason why Shi's infiltration was so smooth was not because the defensive power of Tiandu was so weak, but mainly because, ever since the Grand Pure Saint Ancestor established the heavenly capital, the Dragon Head Peak had been a forbidden area in the entire Great World. Who would dare to sneak in without permission? This was a path of no return. However, she did not consider whether it was dangerous at all. Instead, he resolutely barged in. As soon as he entered the array, she discovered that the spirit chi on the Dragon Head Peak was exceptionally rich, several times richer than the outside world. It was comparable to the heart-cleansing spirit spring in the forbidden area of the back mountain of the Sky Yen Divine Sect. This place. In addition to the rich spirit chi, she also discovered that the interior of the array was filled with an extremely unusual energy fluctuation. She had never seen such a fluctuation before, so he frowned and sensed for a while before a guess gradually formed in his mind. This strange energy fluctuation. Could it be from the soul mirror? At this thought, she did not care if he had recovered to his peak state and immediately followed Divine General Qingyang to the core area of the Dragon Head Peak. The core area of the Dragon Head Peak was naturally the core area of the entire macro world. The Lingxiao Imperial Palace. Shi silently followed behind Divine General Qingyang. But before he could see the palace, Divine General Qingyang had already landed on the ground and walked along a small path to the peak. Instead of flying, he insisted on walking. Divine General Qingyang's strange behavior was completely due to the rules of Heaven Capital since ancient times. The Dragon Head Peak was the head of the 120,000 floating islands, and the Imperial Palace was located at the peak of the Dragon Head Peak. Therefore, apart from the 10 heavenly venerables, no one could be above the Imperial Palace. Not even a Divine General. She obediently followed behind Divine General Qingyang and walked all the way to the peak of the mountain. As soon as he reached the peak of the mountain, his vision suddenly opened up. Following which, she discovered that the peak of the Dragon Head Peak was extremely flat, as if someone had used a sword to flatten it. At the same time, a huge palace that spanned across the peak of the mountain entered Shi's eyes. This is the Imperial Palace? The Imperial Palace spanned across the peak of the Dragon Head Peak, and the first impression it gave was that it was majestic and magnificent. However, she didn't even have time to carefully observe the Imperial Extreme Hall in front of him. His attention was completely attracted by the plaza at the entrance of the hall. This was a huge plaza that was comparable in size to the Zhonghai Gymnasium. There seemed to be some kind of activity going on in the plaza, and there were actually many people sitting cross-legged there. At a rough count, there were at least a few thousand people. However, although there were many people in the plaza, it wasn't enough to make Shi stop and look. What he really cared about was, actually, it was that copper mirror that was floating in the middle of the plaza and constantly emitting divine light. In an instant, 10,000 years in a glance. The moment she saw this Dharma treasure, the name of this Dharma treasure suddenly jumped out from the bottom of his heart. Sky-bearing technique, floating dawn mirror. She silently sized up the soul mirror in front of him. The soul mirror was constantly shining with divine light, and an unknown energy wave was constantly circulating around it. With one look, one could tell that such a phenomenon was definitely not ordinary. However, in front of a supreme treasure, she couldn't help but feel a sense of disgust, and he couldn't help but want to smash it into pieces. It was this stupid mirror. It was the one that caused his family to be separated, and he almost lost his family. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but have a murderous look in his eyes, and he couldn't help but want to take it away on the spot. However, just as she was about to do something evil, an old man sitting cross-legged in the middle of the hall seemed to have noticed something, and then he suddenly opened his eyes and shouted sternly outside the hall, "Who is it? How dare you come to my Dragon Head Peak and behave so atrociously?" Before he finished speaking, the old man raised his hand and waved his sleeve. A golden light flew out and directly shot towards Shi at the other end of the plaza. This move came too suddenly. Shi didn't even have time to react, and the golden light had already arrived in front of him. Seeing this, Chen Shi's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Feeling the powerful true essence contained in it, Chen Shi hurriedly withdrew the aura concealment secret technique, and then, like the old man, he waved his sleeve and released a burst of true essence. Then, a white light suddenly shot out from Chen Shi's palm and collided with the golden light. Please remember the domain name of this book. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 417. The Imperial Hall was the core area of Tiandu, so the celestial venerables of the 10 directions naturally had the most complete control over this place. Although Chen Shi had the aura concealment secret technique to protect his body, the moment he saw the sky-bearing technique, he couldn't help but feel a ripple in his heart. That was why a celestial venerable sitting cross-legged in the main hall sensed something strange. And this celestial venerable, who keenly sensed that someone had trespassed on Dragon Head Peak, was someone Chen Shi had long heard of, Yuan Tianzuan. Although they had never met before, Yuan Tianzuan's reputation had long been branded in Chen Shi's heart. After all, apart from being Wuxia's biological father, Yuan Tianzuan was also the leader of the 10 celestial venerables. If Tiandu was compared to a large multinational company, then Yuan Tianzuan was obviously the executive chairman of the company. One could imagine how powerful he was. Therefore, when Yuan Tianzuan casually released a burst of true essence, everyone was alarmed. That golden light came too suddenly. After shooting out of the main hall, it was like a laser that pierced through the entire square. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but look sideways. Just as everyone was feeling strange, a figure appeared out of thin air in front of the originally empty mountain gate. Immediately after, that person casually released a ray of white light under the gazes of everyone, colliding with the golden light that shot out from the main hall. Bang! Suddenly, a huge explosion sounded. After all, it was a battle between celestial venerables, so the few Star Lords closest to the center of the explosion were sent flying by the dispersing force. This scene was very similar to the school field at noon. Thousands of teachers and students were excitedly doing broadcast gymnastics. Suddenly, the flag-raising platform exploded for no reason. It was easy to imagine how shocked and astonished everyone present was. In the tens of thousands of years of history of Tiandu, it wasn't that no one had caused trouble on Dragon Head Peak Square. But to dare to cause trouble when all the celestial venerables were gathered on Dragon Head Peak. Chen Shi was the first. As the explosion gradually subsided, Chen Shi's figure was clearly reflected in everyone's eyes. At the sight of this audacious intruder, some nearby immortal generals uttered long roars at once as they rushed towards Chen Shi at the same time. How dare you! Everyone, follow me and take him down. I'd like to see which bastard dares to behave atrociously on Dragon Head Peak. What kind of joke was this? The 5 divine generals were in charge of guarding one area. Right now, all the divine generals were gathered at Dragon Head Peak, but someone still secretly touched their faces. If this wasn't collective dereliction of duty, then what was? Therefore, even without the orders of the celestial venerables, a divine general was dispatched from each direction to charge at Chen Shi. Today, they had to take down this audacious intruder at the first possible moment and give the Empyreans an explanation. Everyone tacitly agreed that the intruder was doomed. But right at that moment, however, a shocking scene suddenly occurred. The 5 divine generals charged at the intruder from different directions at an extremely fast speed. However, the intruder didn't turn around and run away immediately. Instead, he frowned and clenched his right hand into a fist. Instantly, a long sword condensed from true essence appeared in his hand. Seeing this, the 5 divine generals were instantly enraged like provoked ferocious beasts. They couldn't help but want to tear this audacious intruder into pieces on the spot. Therefore, the 5 divine generals each took out their own trump cards. Regardless of whether this fellow could withstand it, the 5 divine generals roared angrily and launched an attack together. In an instant, brilliant light shot in all directions and the void shook. Surging true essence wreaked havoc in the air above the square. All kinds of Dharma treasures carried the endless anger of their owners and heavily smashed towards the intruder's location. At this moment, the long sword in Chen Shi's hand also began to dance. The Dharma idol's long sword shone with a green light and shone brightly in his hand. Even compared to the colorful Dharma treasures in the hands of the divine generals, the Dharma idols of the divine generals did not lose out in terms of appearance. Chun Shi's original plan was to sneak in and observe. He didn't want to alert the enemy. But now that the infiltration failed, he could only come up with Plan B. Plan B was actually very simple. That was becoming famous in one battle, establishing dominance through battle, showing his strength at the peak of the soul formation stage to win respect and then talk to the 10 celestial lords as equals. Since he wanted to establish dominance, he had to show 120% of his ability in the first move. Although the moonlight sword technique was exquisite, it was not shocking enough. So after Chun Shi thought about it for a while. Just now, he took out the killing weapon that he had always been unwilling to use in actual combat, the Xuanpu sword technique. The grain god did not die because of the Xuanpu. Read. Pin. Betrothal. The Xuanpu gate was the root of heaven and earth. It was continuous and did not need to be used diligently. This move was called Xuanpu. With the creation of yin and yang as the root, the 5 elements and 8 trigrams as the form, there were 8 moves. Chanqian was as strong as the sky, and Dui said it was like rain. Li was as beautiful as the sun, and shook like thunder. Sun entered like the wind, and Kan sank like the water. Zhen stopped like the mountain, and Kuan was like the earth. The 8 moves swayed 64 times, and the combination changed. The exquisite parts were endless, and the intricate parts were intertwined. Chun Shi was now using the first move, sword-raising technique, sword-raising 6 dragons to heaven, grand universe. This sword technique was also the most precious treasure of the heavenly evolution divine sect, but very few people used it. The reason was not that it was not good. Instead, it was because it was too good that very few people used it. After all, things like cultivation techniques, just like feelings, what was suitable for oneself was the best. The Xuanpu sword technique was not suitable for Chun Shi. On one hand, it was because Chun Shi's cultivation was not enough. On the other hand, it was because this sword technique was very large and required one to use all their strength. This also meant that the Xuanpu sword technique was not suitable for ordinary battles. It was only suitable for a desperate fight at the end of the road. Therefore, the moment Chun Shi drew his sword, the entire sky seemed to darken. 6 golden sword lights surrounded Chun Shi. The sword hilts were below, and the sword tips were pointing to the sky. Like 6 hungry leeches, they crazily sucked out a huge amount of true yuan from Chun Shi's body, causing Chun Shi's aura to become much weaker in an instant. If it wasn't for the fact that he was forcing himself to look calm and composed, everyone present would have mistakenly thought that he was afraid. The 5 divine generals' Dharma treasures arrived with a loud bang. Chun Shi's sword lights also shot out in all directions. There were only 5 enemies, but there were 6 sword lights. Even if each person had 1 sword, there would still be 1 sword left. Therefore, Chun Shi shot the 6th sword at Yuan Tianzuan, who was sitting in the imperial hall. It was impolite to not return the favor. The moment the Xuanpu sword technique appeared, who could compete with it? The vast and continuous sword lights were as strong and hot as the sun. The moment the Dharma treasures of the 5 divine generals came into contact with the sword lights, they immediately trembled and let out a series of wung 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 sorrowful cries. Then, under the shocked expressions of the 5 divine generals, the 5 sword lights showed an unstoppable force, and at the same time, sent the 5 grade 9 spiritual treasures flying. Then, they continued to shoot towards their location. Chapter 418. Raising sword style sword raises 6 dragons to conquer the heavens, Great Qian Yuan. Since this place was called Dragon Head Peak, Chun Shi was going to trample the dragon head under his feet today. Sword chi spread for 30,000 miles. Purple chi and green robe flowing east. On Dragon Head Peak, Ultimate Emperor Palace. Everyone, please follow me. Riding a horse with a sword, singing to the ends of the earth. After the sword radiance shot out, the 5 divine generals cried out in pain in unison. Then, the 5 of them flew back in the direction they came from at an even faster speed. In an instant, everyone was shocked. But what was even more surprising was that Just as the 5 divine generals were pushed back, a golden sword light brazenly pierced through the square and shot toward the imperial hall where the celestial venerables were with an earth-shattering momentum. At this moment, Yuhuan Tianzuan, who had been sitting cross-legged in the palace with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes with a trace of surprise on his face. The sword radiance seemed to have split the void, so much so that when the sword approached the ultimate emperor palace, the bottom of the palace began to tremble slightly as if there was an earthquake. A battle between experts happened in the blink of an eye. Yuhuan Tianzuan frowned, and a trace of displeasure flashed across his face. He seemed to be blaming the 5 divine generals for their negligence. So when he saw that the sword radiance was about to shoot into the ultimate emperor palace, he immediately raised his hand and summoned the magic treasure that made him famous, the Jade World Glazed Cup. This lamp was in the shape of a tower, narrow at the top and wide at the bottom. There was an inextinguishable golden flame in it, known as the Myriad Spirits' Ancient E. This magic treasure constantly revolved around Heavenly Venerate Yuhuan, so its name could be said to be known by everyone in the great world. However, although this magic treasure was famous, not many people had seen its true power. After all, Yuhuan Tianzuan was the leader of the celestial venerables of the 10 directions, so how could he casually fight with others? Therefore, when Heavenly Venerate Yuhuan took out the Jade World Glazed Cup, Heavenly Venerate Wondrous Spell, and Heavenly Venerate Xuanjin couldn't help but be surprised. When they looked at the sword light again, even their eyes couldn't help but change. In their perception, although this sword light was coming menacingly, the sword force was not released, so the 2 celestial venerables were unable to accurately judge its power. Then, under the gazes of the 3 celestial venerables, the Jade World Glazed Cup flew out of the Emperor Extreme Palace and collided with the sword beam. Bang! An invisible force swept across the square, and waves of air that were as sharp as steel blades spread out in all directions. The energy hit the restrictions of the Imperial Extreme Palace and instantly shot out 10,000 rays of divine light. At that moment, the dragon head sang loudly, and multicolored light filled the sky. The 5 divine generals retreated one after another. The Rakshasa Star Sovereign was at a loss. This scene was very much like a forest where gunshots rang out. Frightened birds fluttered about and flew away. The originally orderly square had become noisy because of this. It was as noisy as a market. How dare you? Yuhuan Tianzuan was furious. After a stern shout, he leaped out of the Imperial Extreme Palace. The berserk true essence that had been triggered by the exchange of blows between the 2 of them had also completely disappeared. It was as if nothing had happened. Everyone kept quiet out of fear and returned to their original positions, not daring to make any more noise. There is no such person as you in the world. Who exactly are you? Yuhuan Tianzuan hovered above the square, lowered his head and sized up Chen Shi before asking in a deep voice. Hearing this, the corners of Chen Shi's mouth curled up slightly. Then, he mimicked Yuhuan Tianzuan and slowly flew up from the ground. Only when he was at the same height as Yuhuan Tianzuan did Chen Shi reply with a calm expression. This humble one is Chen Shi, from the lower realms. As soon as these words came out, everyone, including Yuhuan Tianzuan, was shocked. Tiandu was extremely particular about rules. As long as a celestial master was present, no one was allowed to make the slightest noise. It was precisely because of this that no matter how shocked the divine generals were, they were like wooden men standing in the square in a daze, silent and looking straight ahead. Lower realms? How is that possible? Yuhuan Tianzuan muttered to himself. Then, he suddenly opened his right hand and called the Jade Huan Glazed Cup over again. In the probing exchange just now, Yuhuan Tianzuan was actually at a disadvantage. Of course, it could also be said that Yuhuan Tianzuan did not use his true strength, so Chen Shi was lucky enough to take advantage of it. But one had to know that this advantage was not something that anyone could take advantage of. So, this stranger who claimed to be from the lower realms was actually at the Celestial Master level? How was that possible? The first thought that flashed through Yuhuan Tianzuan's mind was that it was impossible. But then, Yuhuan Tianzuan seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and his expression suddenly turned cold. He stared at Chen Shi and asked in a deep voice, "You're from the lower realms? Could it be You're the one who destroyed the 5-directional sacred palace? Ah. After hearing this, Qianxi's face suddenly stiffened, and he replied somewhat embarrassedly, "It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding." At this time, Heavenly Venerable Wondrous Spell and Heavenly Venerable Xuanzhen also flew out of the Imperial Extreme Palace. Heavenly Venerable Wondrous Spell heard the conversation between the two, so before Yuan Tianzuan could continue asking, he could not help but ask, "In that case, Chongli died at your hands?" Chongli was a divine general, after all. How could he have died silently in the lower realms? Since this person in front of him had the strength of a heavenly venerable, and at the same time said that he was from the lower realms, in that case, everything made sense. Faced with Heavenly Venerable Wondrous Spell's criticism, Qianxi suddenly did not know how to answer. And his hesitation, it also indirectly confirmed the guesses of the 3 Heavenly Venerables. Therefore, the scene that could barely be considered harmonious suddenly became like a gas station on fire. It exploded in an instant. Yuan Tianzuan's pupils shrank, and then he muttered in a very strange tone, "So it's you? Destroying the foundation of the divine ancestor, cutting off the path of my heavenly capital, Chongli, Qingwan, Baihong, Shuixiang, and my son Wuxia." The moment he mentioned the 2 words Wuxia, Yuan Tianzuan clearly paused for a moment. Then, an uncontrollable anger flashed in his eyes. In a moment of agitation, Yuan Tianzuan no longer had the sage-like aura of the past. He was like an enraged lion. He bared his teeth, and his beard and hair stood on end. "You committed all kinds of monstrous crimes in the lower realms, and today you actually dare to come to my Dragon Head Peak to cause trouble? Do you really think that there's no one in my heavenly capital? Hateful! Hateful! Since you're bent on courting death, this old man will make an exception today and send you on your way. You little thief, hand over your life." Before he finished speaking, the jade world glazed cup in Yuan Tianzuan's hand was like a meteor, drawing a streak of light in the air, and then ruthlessly smashed towards Qianxi. Chapter 419. If emotions could be expressed in reality, then Qianxi would definitely send countless black question marks to Yuan Tianzuan. What was going on? Why was the development of things completely different from what he had imagined? Qianxi originally thought that as long as he displayed the strength of a heavenly venerable, Tiandu would give him a high standard of reception. Who would have thought? After he displayed his strength, before he could even say a few words, Yuan Tianzuan directly flipped the table and turned hostile. In a rage, Yuan Tianzuan directly smashed the jade huan glazed cup heavily at Qianxi. And at this time, this treasure that was famous in Tiandu, just now, it fully displayed its true power to the world. Glazed hellfire, a sky lantern, burning to the 8 wastelands, 10,000 spirits ancient E. The moment the jade huan glazed cup flew out, this magic treasure was like a Kongming lantern that had been ignited, floating toward Qianxi with raging flames. As the glazed cup got closer and closer to Qianxi's position, the fire was so big that it could be said to be burning the prairie and the sky. Because Dragon Head Peak was protected by the array, the fire did not rush out of the array, but raged and burned crazily inside the array. As a result, many Star Lords with lower cultivation were scared out of their wits on the spot, and could only shrink in the corner of the square and tremble. But what made people feel strange was, the raging flames filled the sky and swept through the square at the same time. The raging flames attached to everyone, but they could not feel the slightest bit of heat from it, as if the monstrous flames were just an illusion. Seeing this, everyone immediately felt a lot more at ease, so they all turned to look at the unlucky intruder. Where did this guy come from? He could actually make Yuan Tianzuan disregard his status and angrily teach him a lesson. Unlike the previous probing exchange, Yuan Tianzuan attacked with all his strength this time. So the moment Qianxi saw the glazed cup smashing toward him, his brows immediately furrowed tightly. To be honest, Qianxi didn't expect Yuan Tianzuan to be so aggressive. Although he had indeed caused a lot of trouble for Heaven Capital when he was on Earth, it was all out of self-defense. So Qianxi had always felt that, as long as he could have a good talk with Tiandu, there would still be room for mediation. However, Qianxi's idea was good. However, the other party didn't listen to him and came at him aggressively. They didn't even give him a chance to explain. What happened? You've become a victim? The life and death of the love of my life is uncertain. My beloved daughter is still young and has no one to rely on. I went through a lot of hardships to return to Earth, but I didn't expect that after a few days of happiness, I would end up being separated from my family. How could Chen-Shi accept this? All of this was because of these damned ancient cultivators. Thinking of this, even though Chen-Shi had experienced 200 years of mental toughening in the dark space, at this moment, a monstrous hatred rose in his heart. So, the moment he saw the jade-glazed cup flying over Chen-Shi immediately waved the godly sword Dharma power in his hand and pointed the sword at Yuan Tianzuan. At the same time, he shouted sternly, I didn't want to be enemies with Heaven Capital. But you just had to be so aggressive? Heaven Capital, Heavenly Master? Using your name to shout so loudly? Am I really afraid of you? At the same time, the godly sword Dharma power in Chen-Shi's hand also danced. The long sword swept across the sky, stirring up a breeze like a ribbon, strand after strand, winding around Chen-Shi's body. The breeze blew the ends of his hair and also ruffled his clothes. There was no earth-shattering scene, but Chen-Shi's momentum suddenly rose along with the breeze. At the moment when the jade-glazed cup was about to hit him, Chen-Shi waved the long sword in his hand. If the sky was divided into two halves, then one side would be a raging flame, and the other side would be a formless breeze. Mysterious sword formula, changing sword style, windy sky. A gentleman should be virtuous. When the flame met the breeze, the sun was just right, and the breeze was not dry. If the great Qian Yuan was a strong heavy sword, then windy sky was a soft and long soft sword. The jade-glazed cup was like a fireball, fiercely smashing toward Chen-Shi. However, just as the fireball was about to hit Chen-Shi, an invisible net of sword chi blocked it. Just like the moment when a football was shot into the goal frame, the fireball rolled in the net of sword chi for a while before finally helplessly turning into a wisp of black smoke and completely dissipating in the air. Then, the net of sword chi also disappeared into nothingness. This move did not determine the winner or loser. Could be said that they were evenly matched. But it was also because of this heavenly venerable wondrous spell, heavenly venerable Xuanjin, and countless divine generals and star lords watching the battle in the square. Everyone was shocked by the strength Chen-Shi displayed at this moment. There was actually someone in this world who could fight Yuan Tianzuan to a draw. What kind of joke was this? Yuan Tianzuan seemed to be a little surprised by Chen-Shi's strength. Seeing that his attack had no effect, he suddenly let out a long laugh. Interesting. I haven't fought with anyone for hundreds of years. Mr. Chen, right? Today, this old man will remember your name first. Until the next day, I'll definitely not forget to place a memorial tablet for you in the Imperial Hall. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Tianzuan's figure flashed, and he charged toward Chen-Shi. It seemed that this heavenly venerable, who was usually high and mighty, was really going to fight to his heart's content with Chen-Shi today. Seeing this, Chen-Shi did not cower in the slightest. So what if you're a heavenly venerable? I'll send you to heaven today. Take another strike from my sword. The jade world glazed cup's flames surged, and the divine general's Dharma idol's sword momentum was endless. The two heavenly venerable cultivators collided fiercely in midair just like that. In an instant, the dissipating true essence was like ice blades and frost, shooting in all directions without distinguishing between friend and foe. Many divine generals could not dodge in time and were immediately injured by the chi energy, causing countless small scratches to appear on their bodies. These scratches seemed weak and harmless, but in fact, they carried the true essence imprints of Chen-Shi and Yuan Tianzuan. Therefore, the moment the chi energy entered their bodies, these injured divine generals cried out in pain and hurriedly dodged to the side, trying to circulate their energy to force the destructive chi energy out of their bodies. Seeing that the battle had affected many people, Heavenly Venerable Wondrous Spell and Heavenly Venerable Xuanjin exchanged a look and immediately flew back to Imperial Zenith Hall. They took the initiative to close the protective array of Dragon Head Peak so that Chen-Shi and Yuan Tianzuan could fight more freely. As long as Yuan Tianzuan did not take the initiative to ask for help in this battle, no one could interfere. Although Heaven Capital was strong, It disdained to fight with many people, so it gave Chun-Shi such a relatively fair battlefield. This was a battle between heavenly venerables. It was also a battle between two heavenly venerables for their respective dignity. Although Chun-Shi did not come from the great world, he had successfully proved himself with his strength. He was not weaker than a heavenly venerable. Whether I'm wrong or not, I actually have some idea in my heart. You may not have noticed the title of each volume. This is the 4th volume, and the title of this volume is, coincidentally, this student is young and in his prime. Hey, the climax scenes in the past were too short, so can you let me write a longer one this time? Maybe I didn't write well enough, so I felt very bored. Please forgive me, everyone. Be more tolerant of this newbie, so that the next book will be better. 3. Please remember the domain name of this book. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Edition website. Chapter 420. Titles like Yuhuan Tianzuan and Divine Lord of Dawn were just nicknames. Since the strength of the 5 divine generals was equivalent to the Yuanying stage, then the 10 heavenly lords were equivalent to the soul formation stage. The difference between the soul formation stage and the Yuanying stage seemed to be only one stage. But this difference could be said to be the difference between heaven and earth, the difference between clouds and mud. Using the orthodox cultivation heritage of the heavenly jade world as an example, after a cultivator had refined and accumulated their true yuan to a certain extent, they could refine this true yuan to a perfect state and form a golden core. After forming a golden core, the golden core became the foundation of a cultivator's cultivation, and at the same time it was a hotbed for yuanying. It was like a seed that was scattered in the soil. As long as it was carefully cared for, it would eventually blossom and bear fruit. The flower that blossomed from the golden core, this was the so-called yuanying. Yuanying was formed from the transformation of the golden core. During the entire transformation process, the cultivator's 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls would gradually transfer from the heart to the yuanying. As long as the yuanying was not extinguished, the soul would not dissipate. It was also because of this that even if a cultivator's physical body was destroyed during the yuanying stage, they could still use the yuanying to possess another body and obtain a new life. Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, yuanying, soul formation, void. If the Qi refinement stage was the starting point for one to enter the immortal sect, then the foundation establishment and golden core stages were actually just a process of continuous consolidation. Cultivation was also mainly about refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and refining one's own true yuan. In fact, even though the golden core stage was called a heavenly man, they had not truly entered the next level of qualitative change. Only after a cultivator had formed yuanying and merged their soul with the yuanying would they truly begin to undergo a second qualitative change. Therefore, the entire process from Qi refinement to golden core was also called transforming essence into Qi. There were no shortcuts on the path of cultivation. It could be said that one had to take one step at a time. This aspect had not been mentioned before because those below the semigod realm were nothing but ants. Divine generals seemed high and mighty, but in Chen-Shi's eyes, there wasn't much difference between divine generals and celestials. After all, transforming energy into Qi was only the first stage. Only when a cultivator broke through to the yuanying stage and began to explore the threshold of the soul formation stage, would they officially step into the second stage, which was refining Qi into spirit. Everything was easy to learn but difficult to master. Cultivation was no exception. It took Chen-Shi 500 years to progress from the Qi refinement stage to the soul formation stage. Compared to those old freaks who spent thousands of years to reach the soul formation stage, this cultivation speed was already very terrifying. But even with Chen-Shi's outstanding talent for cultivation, after reaching the divine transformation stage, it would be extremely difficult to make further breakthroughs. Because at this level, refining essence into Qi was no longer the main point. Refining Qi into spirit was the main point. The so-called divinity transformation was to fuse yuanying with the divine soul, allowing it to undergo a qualitative change and form primordial spirit. Golden core, yuanying, primordial spirit. This was a transformation that every cultivator had to go through. Chen-Shi's cultivation had already reached the peak of the soul formation stage, only one step away from the insightful emptiness stage. So what he really had to face now was understanding the true meaning of the word void, understanding the first law of heaven and earth, and undergoing another qualitative change. This was something at the next level. Chun Shi had yet to understand it, and Yuan Tianzun was naturally far from it. Let's talk about the Dragon Head Peak first. After Yuan Tianzun charged at Chun Shi, the two immediately engaged in an all-out battle. The intensity of a battle at this level was completely beyond everyone's imagination. There was no concept of planets in the great world. After leaving the floating island, there was only the endless void left. Therefore, after Heavenly Lord Wondrous Spells closed the protective array, Yuan Tianzun immediately lured Chun Shi into the depths of the void to prevent the battle from reaching the Imperial Zenith Hall. Without the restriction of the venue, the battle instantly became more intense. Heavenly Lord Wondrous Spells and Heavenly Lord Xuanjin led a group of divine generals and celestial lords to watch the battle from afar. This battle shocked the entire great world. Almost everyone was watching this battle between heavenly venerables. The glazed glass lamp was blazing with red flames, and the divine general's Dharma idol sword shadows were endless. Astral winds blew, and divine light fluttered. The void trembled, and everyone looked down. If the floating island's protective array formation had not been personally set up by the Grand Pure Divine Ancestor, it would have been destroyed by the shockwaves from their battle. And as Yuan Tianzun gradually revealed his full strength, Chun Shi also fell into a disadvantage. This was the first time Chun Shi was so passive in a battle since returning to Earth. On one hand, it was because he had not recovered to his peak state. On the other hand, it was entirely because of the jade-glazed glass lamp in Yuan Tianzun's hand. In any case, Yuan Tianzun was the leader of the 10 heavenly venerables. At the same time, he also had the help of a supreme treasure like the jade-glazed glass lamp. Chun Shi was alone and did not even have a weapon to back him up. Thus, he did not dare to face him head-on. Thus, Chun Shi could only retreat as he fought. He tried to find Yuan Tianzun's weakness in the battle and defeat him in one fell swoop. After a fierce battle, Chun Shi had a rough idea of Yuan Tianzun's strength. Although this old man's cultivation was high, it was obvious that he was slightly inferior. He was about the mid-stage soul formation. It was unknown whether it was because the great world was too peaceful, but Yuan Tianzun's combat experience was clearly inferior to Chun Shi's because he had not experienced blood and fire. Thus, Chun Shi decided to show weakness to his enemy and silently look for an opportunity. If he was strong, he would be strong. If he was tyrannical, he would be tyrannical. When Yuan Tianzun saw that Chun Shi kept retreating, he mistakenly thought that Chun Shi was afraid of fighting. Thus, he did not think much and immediately stepped up his attack, trying to create pressure for Chun Shi. But what Yuan Tianzun did not expect was, just as he threw out the glazed glass lamp again, Chun Shi's eyes suddenly lit up. Found it! All the threats came from the jade-glazed glass lamp. If Yuan Tianzun had kept the glazed glass lamp by his side and personally went forward to fight with Chun Shi might have some scruples. But now, Yuan Tianzun threw out the glazed glass lamp, trying to kill him with a supreme treasure. Such a reckless approach was exactly what Chun Shi wanted to see happen. Thus, Chun Shi immediately held his breath and focused, turning a blind eye to the glazed glass lamp in front of him. Instead, he placed all his attention on Yuan Tianzun. Just as the jade-glazed glass lamp was about to hit, Chun Shi drew his sword. Changing sword style, Kun to softness. Even movement is hard. One had to know that the profound valley sword art was not a cultivation technique that Chun Shi created himself. It was the culmination of a senior expert's lifetime of hard work, and then through the continuous refinement of the sect masters of the Heavenly Evolution Divine Sect, it was a classic that had been handed down for generations. The profound valley sword art was exquisite beyond compare. The sword started from Taiji and divided into yin and yang. The 4 trigrams of yang were Qian Dui Lijin. The 4 trigrams of yin were Sun Kanzhen Kuan. The 3 trigrams of yang went against the sword, and the 3 trigrams of yin went with the sword. When released, it covered heaven and earth, and hid yin and yang unfathomable. The 6 trigrams of qi shook heaven and earth, and the 4 trigrams of qi went against the flow. The 4 trigrams of the sun and moon, and the stars changed when moved. Chun Shi had pretended to be weak in order to use this killer move. Thus, the moment he drew his sword, The surging true essence immediately affected the chi, and an intense killing intent instantly filled the endless void where the two of them were. Yuan Tianzuan sensed that something was wrong and hurriedly wanted to withdraw the glazed glass lamp. But at this moment, Chen Shi had already swung the sword in his hand. Please remember the domain name of this book, .com. Wonderful Book Mobile Version Website, .com. Chapter 421. Kuan was the softest, and when it moved, it was the strongest. The moment this sword was swung out, an aurora appeared in the sky of the great world for the first time. Looking at it from afar, it was so beautiful and dazzling, full of colors. Against the endless void, the sword shadows that filled the sky were like colorful ribbons. Ying gently floated toward Yuan Tianzuan along with the breeze. Then, the sword shadows collided with the burning jade world glazed cup. But what was surprising was that the sword shadows were like ripples of water. The moment they touched the jade world glazed cup, they immediately split and floated to the sides, as if they were actively making way for the cup. The jade world glazed cup smashed toward Chen Shi like a hot knife through butter. Meanwhile, the sword shadows circled around the lamp and gracefully drifted toward heavenly venerable Yuan. And this was the opportunity that Chen Shi had been waiting for a long time. At the cost of taking a hit from the glazed cup in exchange for a chance to hit Yuan Tianzuan with a sword. A sword for a cup. It seemed like there was no difference, but in fact, Chen Shi had profited. As the saying went, those who were barefoot were not afraid of those who were wearing shoes. He was an old bachelor. If it was purely a competition of Dharma treasures, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Therefore, the strategy of harming the enemy while harming himself was clearly the best strategy. Therefore, by the time Yuan Tianzuan realized something was wrong, it was already too late for him to take back the glazed cup. As a result, Yuan Tianzuan could only watch as the sword shadows, which were like huge waves on the sea, came crashing toward him. Boom! With a loud boom, a magnificent scene similar to that of a planet exploding appeared before everyone's eyes. Along with the blazing light produced by the explosion, billions of needle-like rays of light shot into everyone's eyes. These rays of light still contained the true essence of the two celestial venerables, so when they entered their eyes, it gave people a heart-wrenching pain. Among them, those with lower cultivation levels were pierced by the qi on the spot, causing blood to seep out of their eye sockets. Except for the two Empyreans, Miao Fa and Shenzhen, almost everyone was affected by the aftermath of the battle. The surging true Yuan wreaked havoc in the boundless void, causing the 120,000 floating islands to tremble. The heavens of the great world. It was going to collapse. Fortunately, every floating island had a protective formation left behind by the divine ancestor, so no matter how intense the battle was, it had very little effect on the residents of the islands. When the strong light began to weaken, everyone turned their heads, wanting to know the result of this battle as soon as possible. As everyone looked over, they could see that heavenly venerable Yuan was still facing off against the unknown invader in the distant void. It was as if nothing had happened. It was as if the victor had not been decided yet. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but sigh. This was indeed a battle between heavenly venerables. From the looks of it, it would be impossible to determine the victor in a short period of time. However, just as everyone was looking forward to a more exciting battle scene, Yuan Tianzuan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood essence. Then he pointed at Chen Shi in horror and sighed. "Where did you come from? It's impossible for an expert like you to appear in the lower realm." Impossible! After this battle, Yuan Tianzuan finally saw Chen Shi's true ability. If he didn't have a defensive magic treasure on him, this sword might have left a mark on his body. Even so, this sword still hurt Yuan Tianzuan so much so that his breathing was obviously a little irregular, and the blood in his chest was constantly surging. "Can we sit down and talk now?" Chen Shi didn't directly answer Yuan Tianzuan's question. After he withdrew the divine general celestial body in his hand, he made an inviting gesture to Yuan Tianzuan, giving Yuan Tianzuan enough face. After all, unless it was absolutely necessary, Chen Shi really didn't want to use force to solve the problem. However, what Chen Shi didn't expect was that, after hearing his words, Yuan Tianzuan's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. Then, he suddenly sent a voice transmission to the two heavenly venerables Miaofa and Xuanjin. This thief is tricky. Please lend me a hand and take him down. Hearing this, heavenly venerables Miaofa and Xuanjin couldn't help but look at each other. They seemed to have some concerns in their hearts. It was not that they didn't want to help, but because of their status, they felt that it was a little difficult. After all, the three of them were the high and mighty heavenly venerables of the 10 directions. Now, they actually wanted to join forces to attack one person. What would the onlookers think? As heavenly venerables, did they have any shame? Seeing that the two of them were hesitating, Yuan Tianzuan immediately added, "This person's origin is unknown. You have seen the moves that he used just now. His cultivation method seems to be more exquisite than the great clear orthodoxy left behind by the divine ancestor. Therefore, I suspect that he didn't come from the lower realm at all, but from somewhere else. This person has a big secret on him. If he can fall into our hands, it will be a great thing. I ask the two of you to help me capture him. Don't let him escape." At this point, if heavenly venerables Miaofa and Xuanjin still didn't express their opinions, they wouldn't be giving Yuan Tianzuan any face. Moreover, after watching the battle just now, the two of them had developed a great interest in the Dark Valley sword technique that Chun Shi used. Therefore, after looking at each other, they directly rushed toward Chun Shi. Anyway, the 10 directions heavens had already lost all their face. What was the point of saying so much nonsense? As long as they captured this person, they could find a random reason to explain it to the onlookers. From the beginning to the end, Yuan Tianzuan didn't want to negotiate with Chun Shi. On one hand, it was because of Wuxia's death. On the other hand, it was completely because an ordinary man was innocent but treasuring a jade ring was a crime. Chun Shi contended empty-handed against Emperor Yuan, who wielded a supreme treasure. Even so, he still held the upper hand. Therefore, Yuan Tianzuan didn't need to think with his but to know Chun Shi's cultivation method was definitely stronger than the great clear orthodoxy. How could he not be tempted? Everyone wanted to improve, and Yuan Tianzuan was no exception. Therefore, a scene that made everyone's jaws drop happened. 3 heavenly venerables actually attacked that unknown intruder at the same time. Was this a group attack because they couldn't win in a one-on-one fight? Chun Shi's condition wasn't very good to begin with. In the battle just now, although he was lucky enough to win against Yuan Tianzuan, he had also used up most of his energy. Now that he saw the 3 heavenly venerables charging at him at the same time, Chun Shi's first thought was to run. However, as soon as this thought appeared, it was immediately thrown out of his mind. He couldn't run. Ying was still waiting for him to save her. The soul mirror was in the square outside the Imperial Hall, so even if he died today, he had to smash that broken mirror first. Alright, the updates were not good enough. Even breathing was wrong. Big bosses, I was wrong. You read a lot, so of course you know the traditional cultivation realms, but some readers don't know. As a salted fish, I really don't dare to promise how much I will update every day. I also don't want to lie to you and paint a big picture for you. In short, under the situation of maintaining daily updates, I'll update as much as I can. Look, I updated early today so I can save 300 more words there at night. Chapter 422. Deep in the Void. The 3 heavenly lords no longer cared about their identities and attacked Chun Shi with all their might. What was originally a one-on-one duel had now become a 3-on-1 brawl. It had been a long time since such a grand event had happened in the great world. Everyone hid on their own floating islands and watched as the 4 heavenly venerables engaged in a chaotic battle. Heavenly Lord Wondrous Spell and Heavenly Lord Xuanjin's cultivation were slightly lower than Yuan Tianzuan's. They were about the early stage of the Soul Formation realm. Using the Soul Formation realm as an example, each realm could be roughly divided into the early stage, the middle stage, the late stage, and the peak stage, which was only half a step away from the next realm. Although Chun Shi had already stepped into the peak of the Soul Formation realm, he had never recovered to his peak state. Moreover, he did not have any magic treasures on him. Therefore, when he was surrounded by 2 early-stage soul formation and 1 mid-stage soul formation, he suddenly felt a little powerless. He could barely deal with the attacks of the 3 of them, let alone counterattack. Although Heavenly Lord Wondrous Spell and Heavenly Lord Xuanzhen's cultivation were slightly lower. Their magic treasures were also extraordinary. The Jade Huan glazed lamp was already powerful enough. However, if Heavenly Lord Wondrospell's 8-view palace lantern and Heavenly Lord Xuanzhen's coffin lamp were added, these three magic treasures that looked like lanterns combined to form a top-notch treasure that could shake the entire heaven capital. The three lanterns of heaven, earth, and man. Among them, the Jade Huan glazed lamp was heaven, the 8-view palace lantern was earth, and the coffin lamp was man. Similar to the Jade Huan glazed lamp, there was a flame in the 8-view palace lantern called the sky-burning purple flame. There was also a flame in the coffin lamp called the netherworld ghost flame. If the Jade Huan glazed lamp's myriad spirit ancient E was added, then the three most powerful flames in the world were all here. She did not recognize these three magic treasures, so naturally, he had never heard of the names of these three flames. However, his intuition told him that these three flames must not be touched. Once touched, the three flames would be like maggots in his bones. With his true essence as fuel, they would burn him to ashes. The three of them held the flames in their hands and pressed on. She defended himself with his sword and retreated as he fought. Every time the two sides clashed, it was like fireworks on New Year's Eve, constantly blooming colorful lights in the void. Every time they clashed, the energy waves produced by their true yuan would constantly crash into the defensive formation of the 120,000 floating islands. For a moment, divine light filled the sky, shaking the void. What a magnificent scene! However, it was also in this seemingly gorgeous scene that a murderous aura was lurking. The slightest bit of carelessness would cause Chun-Shi to meet a tragic end. Chun-Shi had no chance of winning. However, he did not run away. Instead, he used all of his strength to fight against the three celestial venerables at the same time. He didn't want to defeat the three of them. Instead, he wanted to use the floating dawn mirror. Since it was for Yingying, it was also for Nianyan. Thus, without the three celestial venerables noticing, Chun-Shi gradually pulled the battlefield to the vicinity of Dragon Head Peak. They were so close that the onlookers on the island could even clearly see the different expressions on their faces. The battle lasted for a long time. Chun-Shi also persisted for a long time. When the three celestial venerables once again released the heaven, earth, and man lanterns at the same time, Chun-Shi's true essence was obviously insufficient. This caused his sword to be slower by a beat, allowing the three heaven, earth, and man lanterns to successfully reach him. In an instant, true essence surged, and flames burst forth. The three heaven, earth, and man lanterns hit Chun-Shi's chest at the same time, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Then, like a meteor falling to earth, his entire body was on fire as he fiercely smashed into the square of Dragon Head Peak from the sky. Seeing this, the heavenly generals and star venerables on the square instantly scattered like frightened beasts. What kind of joke was this? These were the three legendary heaven-burning divine fires. Just a little bit of it would probably cripple one's entire life. Thus, after Chun-Shi's entire body was on fire and he heavily smashed into the ground like a meteor, he was the only one left in this huge square in an instant. If not for the protection of the array on the ground, he would probably have smashed a meteor crater on the spot. This person has a shocking cultivation, but unfortunately, he fell here today. Although he's our enemy, this old man can't help but feel pity for him. What a pity, what a pity. After retrieving the 8 scenic palace lanterns, Heavenly Venerate Wondrospell turned to look at the flames below. Seeing Chun-Shi's aura gradually weakening, Heavenly Venerate Wondrospell couldn't help but sigh. Today, this person fought 1 against 3. Even if he unfortunately fell, it could be considered a glorious death. Whether friend or foe, just based on the strength alone, this person was enough to win the respect he deserved. While Heavenly Venerate Wondrospell felt sorry for Chun-Shi, Yuan Tianzuan didn't seem to feel the same way. Because he had fought Chun-Shi the most, Yuan Tianzuan didn't relax in the slightest even after Chun-Shi had been hit by the 3 lanterns. Instead, he felt that this matter was rather strange. It wasn't that he was very clear about Chun-Shi's strength. It was just a simple intuition. If it weren't for his pride, Yuan Tianzun probably wouldn't have been able to resist the urge to deliver a few more blows. The three heavenly venerates flew in the air, each pondering something as they looked at the flames. However, at this moment Shi made his move. Originally on the verge of death, he suddenly erupted with an earth-shattering aura and crawled up from the ground. Before the three heavenly venerates could react, Shi charged directly toward the soul mirror floating in the middle of the square. Oh no! We've been tricked. His target is the soul mirror. It was only now that Yuan Tianzun truly understood Shi's objective, and he hurriedly hurled the jade-glazed cup in his hand. Yuan Tianzun's reaction was quick enough. However, he was still a beat slower than Heavenly Venerate Wondrous Spell. As soon as Shi stood up, Heavenly Venerate Wondrous Spell transmitted his voice to everyone in the square. Everyone, heed my command. Protect the soul mirror. Do not let this person near the soul mirror even if you have to perish. Many of the divine generals were already standing not far away from the soul mirror, so they immediately rushed toward it upon hearing Heavenly Venerate Wondrous Spell's command and charged toward Shi with all their might. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Shi ignored the raging flames on his body and pounced toward the soul mirror. Dozens of divine generals tried to stop him, but Shi roared with bloodshot eyes like a crazed beast. Get out of my way! Before he could finish his sentence, the true origin energy that was filled with blood and qi was like a huge fan. In an instant, the tens of original infant stage cultivators were sent flying. Back then, Zhao Zilong had entered and exited Changban 7 times. Today, Shi was going to enter and exit Dragon Head Peak 7 times as well. This was the so-called where the sword points, the heart points. The road ahead is perilous. Even if there are millions of enemies, I will still press on. Please remember the domain name of this book.com. The mobile version of wondrousbook.com. Chapter 423. Shi had been secretly observing the situation for a long time. The heaven-bearing effect floating mirror had been suspended in the air above the plaza this entire time, and it was constantly spinning like a top while releasing some kind of unknown energy fluctuations into the outside world. From the looks of it, the soul mirror seemed to be in use right now. Shi had been imprisoned in the dark space for 200 years, so he had no idea how much time had passed in the outside world. However, seeing that the heavenly venerates and the 5 divine generals were still on Dragon Head Peak, Shi was extremely hopeful. He could only pray that there was still time. Yingying's soul wouldn't dissipate as long as the soul bridge wasn't completed. As such, he had to take the soul mirror. Even if he couldn't, he had to disrupt the ceremony today. From beginning to end, Shi's goal had always been resolute. In order to successfully approach the soul mirror, Shi had even used himself as bait to take on the 3 divine flames head-on. He then pretended to be defeated in order to make the 3 heavenly venerates let their guard down. After all, no one would have thought that everything he was doing was for the soul mirror. On Dragon Head Peak, Shi charged toward the soul mirror as quickly as he could in his entire life. The 3 heavenly venerates were flying in the sky, and even though they understood his intentions, it was already too late for them to stop him. The only ones who could stop Shi were the 5 divine generals who were closest to the soul mirror. The divine generals naturally had varying cultivation bases. Some were early Yuanying, while others were peak Yuanying. In short, none of them were weaker than Yuanying. However, when Shi was faced with these Yuanying, it was as if he had been injected with stimulants, and he instantly unleashed an astonishing aura that was far more powerful than before. Peak Soul Formation Stage. Blood Essence Ignition. Shi had just consumed a complete nourishment pill refined from the Adumbra flower not long ago. However, this medicinal effect alone was not enough to make up for the loss of blood essence. At best, it could only heal his internal injuries and provide a little help for Shi to condense another drop of blood essence. Shi had already burned 2 drops of blood essence before, so this was the last drop of blood essence in his body. Once this drop of blood essence was completely burned out, Shi would fall into an extremely weak state. If he wasn't careful, he might even die because of this. Did he regret it? He would never regret it. Even if I die, I will not let my heart be covered in dust. One thing to note here is, even though Chun-Shi had burned his blood essence and was ready to cut off all means of retreat, he had never thought of dying here, because he still had to go home. He would go back to visit Ying and take care of Nian. The family of three still had a lot of happiness to enjoy. Therefore, he could not die here. Perhaps it was because Chun-Shi was almost obsessed with going home, that the aura he unleashed from burning his blood essence was far more powerful than when he was at his peak. In fact, he was even more powerful than the divine monarch Chun-Shi of the heavenly Jade Realm, who wielded the Tian-Yen divine sword. When a person had a firm belief in their heart, they were invincible. Even though he was surrounded by dozens of nascent soul cultivators, Chun-Shi was not the slightest bit afraid. Instead, like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, he sent the dozens of cultivators in front of him flying at the same time. The three divine flames were still burning fiercely on his body, but Chun-Shi didn't seem to feel any pain at all. His surging true essence was also strangely seeping with blood energy. In this state where blood and fire intertwined, Chun-Shi was on the brink of insanity. After using brute force to clear the obstacles in front of him, he abruptly pounced toward the soul mirror. The soul mirror was still spinning in midair. Chun-Shi could even clearly see the patterns on the mirror. However, just as his fingers were about to touch the soul mirror, this primordial treasure that had saved the primordial immortal cultivators suddenly emitted an extremely dazzling light. Chun-Shi didn't even have time to react before this ray of light was like a battering ram, violently sending him flying. Chun-Shi spat out a mouthful of blood as he crashed heavily to the ground. Chun-Shi didn't stop as he looked at the invisible wall in front of him. He immediately flew up as soon as he landed and charged toward the soul mirror again. It was clear that the soul mirror was protected by a spell formation. Under normal circumstances, Chun-Shi might have been able to think of a way to break the spell formation. However, in today's situation, he could only rely on brute force to break the spell formation. Without any hesitation, the image of the divine sword appeared in Chun-Shi's hand again. It was just a defensive spell formation. Even if the Tai Ching sacred ancestor was here, Chun-Shi would still destroy it. Break! As Chun-Shi swung his sword, countless images of the divine sword appeared in the air. The third technique of the Moonlight Sword technique, 10,000 Swords of Origin. An endless stream of sword shadows rose up like a long dragon and crashed into the spell formation protecting the soul mirror. Each sword represented a single collision. When the first sword smashed into the array and shattered, the second sword followed closely behind. One sword after another, it was an endless stream of attacks. The sword shadows would not stop until the spell formation was broken. In the blink of an eye, the spell formation had been struck thousands of times, and each time it was at the same spot. Chun-Shi was trying to break the spell formation with a single point. Even though the spell formation had been set up by the sacred ancestor many years ago, it was beginning to falter in the face of such violent attacks. How could the three heavenly venerables allow Chun-Shi to break the spell formation so easily? Thus, while Chun-Shi was busy hacking at the spell formation, the three lanterns of heaven, earth, and man crashed into Chun-Shi's back. Bam! With a loud bang, the power of the three lanterns crashed into Chun-Shi's body. This was the combined attack of three soul formation cultivators, however. Chun-Shi gritted his teeth and endured it. He was still in the same position as before. The moment the three lanterns hit him, Chun-Shi did not resist at all. Instead, he used his body as a medium to increase the power of the spell formation by 30%. Break! Ah! Chun-Shi roared angrily, and a crack appeared in the spell formation protecting the soul mirror. Seeing this, Chun-Shi couldn't help but smile. He didn't care how serious his injuries were. He swung the sword in his hand and viciously slashed at the damned mirror. The first technique of the Moonlight Sword technique, Hidden Void Sword. After exhausting all of his true essence to slash out this sword strike, Chun-Shi's heart that had been tightly wounded finally relaxed. At this moment, he was very calm and relaxed, because he really did his best. Chun-Shi didn't look at the soul mirror again. Instead, he turned around and looked behind him. As he turned around, the shadows of the three lanterns of heaven, earth, and man appeared clearly in his eyes, and they became bigger and bigger. She smiled and didn't resist anymore. He just calmly closed his eyes. Ying, I'm sorry. I failed to keep our promise. Nian, I'm sorry. Daddy can't take care of you anymore. The three lanterns came crashing down. However, Shi calmly opened his arms and began to recall the happy memories of the past. He was very tired. It was time to rest. The only regret was, I might not be able to see you again. I'm sorry, the two women I love the most in my life. There was no end, and there was no messy ending. Don't be agitated. Don't be angry. Let's talk nicely. Please remember the domain name of this book, .com. The mobile version of this book, .com. Chapter 424. On Dragon Head Peak. The array formation protecting the soul mirror was actually set up by the Grand Pure One himself. Although many years had passed and the power of the array was no longer what it used to be, it was not something a peak soul formation cultivator could easily break. Under the state of burning essence blood, if Shi was determined to run, the three lanterns of heaven, earth, and man would not be able to easily hit him. However, he did not run. Instead, he gritted his teeth and endured the combined attack of the three celestial venerables. He used his body as a medium and successfully transferred the power of the three celestial venerables to the array formation. With the combination of the two, the array formation was immediately broken. Defensive formations generally had a self-healing ability, so even if the formation was broken, this small hole, which was only an inch wide, would quickly heal. At that moment, there was not much time left for Shi to react. There were actually only two choices left for him. He could leave decisively before his blood essence was completely burned and find an opportunity to return to Dragon Head Peak in the future to take revenge. Or he could fight to the death and use this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to destroy the soul mirror in one fell swoop. She did not know when Heaven Capital would be able to build the soul bridge. If the soul bridge was built quickly, then what should he use to save Ying? Wouldn't everything still be back to square one? Therefore, he chose the second method. Instead of running, he resolutely swung the sword in his hand. He, who was already covered in wounds, completely lost the ability to resist after using all his strength to swing the sword. This was the core of the entire great world, and also the most noble place in Heaven Capital. In addition to the three celestial venerables who were eager to take him down, there were also countless 5 divine generals and Rakshasa star lords watching from the side. She chose his lover, and gave himself up. After all, the 3 celestial venerables were not wooden dummies. Naturally, they would not give him time to think calmly. When she decided to swing that sword, the 3 lanterns of heaven, earth, and man once again smashed towards him. Are you willing to sacrifice yourself for your lover? Human nature could not withstand the test. Perhaps if the scene was different, she would not necessarily give himself up to save Qin Ruoying. But at least at this moment he still bravely shouted that, I am willing. Compared to everyone present, Shi's cultivation was indeed very high, but he was not at the invincible Vajra level. Without the protection of a magic treasure, how could the combined attack of 3 celestial venerables be so easy to withstand? He had already taken it head-on twice, so when he saw the 3 lanterns of heaven, earth, and man smashing toward him again, Shi calmly closed his eyes. The 3 lanterns came crashing down. Shi could even clearly feel a wave of heat hitting his face. After that, the dazzling flames swallowed him up like a ferocious beast from the primordial times. Boom! A huge explosion rang out from the Dragon Head Peak once again, causing the entire floating island to tremble violently. The place where Shi was standing suddenly burst into flames. The fire was extremely ferocious. Whether it was the air or the bricks, everything was ignited at the slightest touch. If it weren't for the Imperial Extreme Hall being protected by a grand array, it would have long been turned into ruins by the raging flames. When the surrounding heaven and earth spirit chi had been burned out, a vacuum appeared in the square. The fire filled the line of sight. Yuan Tianzuan had been using his divine sense to observe Shi's situation. In his perception, Shi's aura was getting weaker and weaker, and he estimated that it wouldn't be long before he was completely burned to ashes. Thus, Yuan Tianzuan filled the square with soul-summoning banners, as if he had set up an inescapable net. As long as Chen Shi's primordial spirit left his body, the soul-summoning banners would directly detain him and leave him for Yuan Tianzuan to slowly torture in the future. Without his physical body, no matter how strong Chen Shi was, he was just a tiger without teeth and claws. When the time came, wouldn't he be at his mercy? It had to be said that Yuan Tianzuan's idea was indeed very good. But he waited for a long time, and even when Chen Shi's aura had completely disappeared, he still didn't see Chen Shi's primordial spirit fly out of the flames. Seeing this, Yuan Tianzuan immediately frowned and hurriedly recalled the myriad spirit ancient E with the lapis lazuli lamp, then carefully searched the square. The square was surrounded by soul-summoning banners. As long as Chen Shi's primordial spirit left his body, it would definitely be captured by the soul-summoning banners. Chen Shi was already in a state of exhaustion, so his primordial spirit should be very weak. How could it have silently escaped from under his nose? What's going on? Where is he? Where did his primordial spirit go? After being hit by Chen Shi's sword, the soul mirror fell to the ground like a broken mirror, motionless. And where Chen Shi had been, at this moment, there was nothing but a charred ground. The three celestial venerables carefully looked around. In the end, it was celestial venerable wondrous spells who broke the silence first. Could it be that his primordial spirit didn't leave his body? Instead, it turned into ashes along with his body? A trace of anger flashed across Yuan Tianzuan's face when he heard this. He couldn't help but flick his sleeves. Impossible. This person's cultivation is unparalleled. Does he not understand the principle of sacrificing the rook to save the king? His primordial spirit must be hidden somewhere here. Perhaps he used some secret technique to hide it from us. Generals, listen up. Today, even if we have to turn Dragon Head Peak upside down, we must find that bastard's primordial spirit. Yes, sir. Following Heavenly Venerate Yuan's command, the divine generals and star venerates who had been watching from the sidelines all rushed to the plaza and began a vigorous cleaning. He was certain that Chen Shi's primordial spirit was still in the array, so he was determined to find Chen Shi. In fact, the moment the three lanterns of heaven, earth, and man blasted toward Chen Shi's figure strangely disappeared. Not only did the three celestial venerables not notice anything strange, but even Chen Shi himself didn't notice anything strange. Chen Shi closed his eyes and waited for death. The pain he imagined did not come for a long time. When he opened his eyes again, there was only darkness in front of him. Yuan Tianzuan was gone. Dragon Head Peak was gone. Even the entire great world was gone. There was only endless darkness in front of him. Chen Shi was all too familiar with this kind of darkness. Why am I back here again? Chen Shi was startled, countless thoughts flashing through her mind in an instant. Could it be that he had been in this dark space all this time? He had never left at all? Everything he had experienced before. Was it all an illusion? How could it be? Chen Shi instinctively wanted to fly up and take a look. At this moment, he suddenly felt a heart-wrenching pain from his body, along with a familiar burning sensation. Thus, Chen Shi immediately checked his condition and confirmed that these injuries were caused by the three lanterns of heaven, earth, and man. In other words, everything he had experienced before was not an illusion. So, did he return to that endless space of darkness? Thinking of this, Chen Shi's heart suddenly felt as if stormy waves had been set off. She couldn't figure out what was going on. This place was really too strange. Just as Chen Shi was puzzled, a woman's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Do you regret it? Please remember the domain name of this book. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version Website. Chapter 425. Do you regret it? In the endless darkness, a woman's voice suddenly rang softly in Chen Shi's ears. The woman's voice was gentle and soft, and there seemed to be some sadness and sorrow lingering in it. And it was such a seemingly simple question. In Chen Shi's ears, it was no less than thunder in the sky. Who's talking? At this moment, Chen Shi was like a cat with its hair standing on end. His body shook violently, and a ring-shaped true origin light pillar suddenly flew out of his body. The light pillar dispelled the darkness, and also calmed Chun-Shi down a little. Then he focused and held his breath, and began to look around vigilantly. Chun-Shi was very familiar with this mysterious dark space that had imprisoned him for 200 years. Just like the last time he was here, there was nothing in this place. There was no light, no air, no radiation, no magnetic field. There was no spiritual energy of heaven and earth. But the woman's voice just now was so real, as if she was leaning against his ear and whispering softly. For safety reasons, Chun-Shi immediately released his divine sense, and with himself as the center, he carefully explored the darkness. But, in this endless darkness, there was not even a speck of dust, let alone a person who could speak. Could it be that I'm hallucinating? Chun-Shi was somewhat uncertain. After all, he had experienced too many strange things, and his brain could no longer react. But just as he was feeling puzzled, the woman's voice rang again. Do you regret it? This time Chun-Shi finally heard it clearly. He was not hallucinating, and there was really someone leaning against his ear and whispering softly. After confirming that he did not hear wrongly, Chun-Shi's heart suddenly trembled violently, because he had no idea where the voice came from. It felt as if a female ghost was leaning on his back, asking him if he had eaten dinner today, and he turned around to look for her, but he could not see the female ghost. How could Chun-Shi not be surprised? There was actually someone in this world who could approach him silently, and he could not sense the other party's presence at all? How was that possible? After all, no matter how severe his injuries were, he was still at the peak of the divine transformation stage. However, he was unable to detect this woman's aura at all. He couldn't even pinpoint the direction of her voice. Who is it? Are you talking to me? Can you show yourself? Chun-Shi asked her question towards the void. The woman did not answer him. After a while, the woman's voice sounded again. Do you regret it? It was still the same problem. This made Chun-Shi suddenly realize. The woman's tone was exactly the same as the previous 2 times. He felt that she was like a recorder that could only repeat the same sentence over and over again. Regret what? Do you regret it? I don't understand what you mean. Can you be more specific? Do you regret it? F***CK. Do you regret it? Do you regret it? No matter what Chun-Shi said, women would always say the same thing. Therefore, Chun-Shi thought about it seriously. He was a coding farmer, so he was naturally very familiar with mechanical commands. Therefore, Chun-Shi was very suspicious that this woman should be a reflection left behind by a senior expert. She did not have the ability to think and could only follow the program settings mechanically. If the woman's question was the username, then Chun-Shi's answer was obviously the password. Only by providing the correct password could he successfully log into the account and proceed with the next step. Therefore, when the woman asked again, Chun-Shi answered decisively, I don't regret it. He originally just wanted to verify his guess. Who would have thought? The moment the words I don't regret it blurted out, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck down from the endless dark space. The lightning came extremely quickly. Before Chun-Shi could even react, the lightning had already struck not far in front of him. In front of him was an empty dark void. However, after the lightning struck, it seemed to have struck something and instantly exploded into a large ball of purple flames. The scene in front of him was simply too strange. Chun-Shi subconsciously wanted to turn around and leave, only to find that he could not move his body. At this moment, the ball of purple flames floating in the void slowly drifted toward him. Chun-Shi watched as the flames gradually approached him. He tried his best to break free, but his body seemed to have been separated from his soul and did not listen to his commands at all. One had to know that he was at the peak of the soul formation stage. At this moment, he was like a puppet that was being manipulated by someone at will. Faced with such a strange situation, Chun-Shi suddenly had a human emotion that had not appeared in hundreds of years. Confusion and helplessness. Confusion and uneasiness. Humans were always afraid of things that they did not know, and Chun-Shi was no exception. It was also at this moment that he finally realized how insignificant he was. So what if he was at the soul formation stage? The purple flames were getting closer and closer to Chen Shi. It was only when they were about to touch him that the purple flames suddenly stopped. Then, under Chen Shi's dumbfounded expression, a shackled arm covered in scars suddenly stretched out from the flames. First it was the left hand, then the right hand. Like Sadako crawling out of a TV, the person slowly crawled out of the flames along with the clanking sound of the shackles. Perhaps it was because of the spell, but Chen Shi could not see the person's face at all, so he could only judge based on the slender figure and the high bulging chest. The person in front of him should be a woman. The way the woman appeared was very strange, but what really shocked Chen Shi was the way the woman was dressed. He saw that her wrists, ankles, neck, waist, abdomen, ribs, and shoulder blades were all locked in shackles. 9 chains thicker than her arms were connected to the shackles, so every time the woman moved, the chains all over her body would jingle non-stop. Her clothes were ragged, and Chen Shi could even see half of her chest. And the parts of her body that were not covered by clothes were full of terrifying scars. Chen Shi was stunned. The woman's appearance was completely different from what he had imagined. He originally thought that the other party was some hidden expert, at least at the same level as the Taiching divine ancestor, so she could easily bring him here from the Dragon Head Peak. Who would have thought that this woman was dressed like a prisoner? Chen Shi stared at the woman in front of him in a daze, and only a blank was left in his mind. And at this moment, the woman who crawled out of the flames directly pressed her blurry face against Chen Shi's face, and then asked again, "Are you willing?" Chapter 426. Are you willing? Even though the woman's face was only 2 or 3 centimeters away from Chen Shi, he still couldn't see the woman's face clearly. He only felt that his vision was blurry, and he couldn't even distinguish her facial features. Felt like a thick layer of mosaic. Chen Shi didn't know what the woman wanted to ask, but he didn't dare to answer. After all, he didn't even know what the woman was asking. What if he answered wrongly? A bank card password would be temporarily frozen if it was entered wrongly 3 times. Not to mention the strange and mysterious woman in front of him. Although the woman was close, Chen Shi couldn't feel any trace of her existence. There was no body temperature, no breath, no sound, and no smell. Whether it was breath, or aura. This woman had none of that. She was like a lifeless, still painting. As long as Chen Shi closed his eyes, he wouldn't be able to sense the woman's existence. But as soon as he opened his eyes, the woman's blurry face would immediately appear in front of him. Are you willing? Just like before, the woman waited for about 2 minutes. After seeing that Chen Shi didn't answer, she asked again. Her voice was still so gentle and soft. After Chen Shi heard this, the pressure in his heart increased. Should he answer, or should he not answer? Chen Shi was tied to the ground by the woman. Other than his head, his body was completely out of his control. This stalemate obviously wasn't a good idea. So, after Chen Shi thought about it again and again, he asked tentatively, "Dare I ask? What's your question?" "There's only one question, are you willing or not?" "How can I answer that?" Chen Shi originally only wanted to test her, to see if the woman would still ask questions mechanically like before. But he didn't expect that after the woman listened. Her head suddenly moved slightly, as if she was looking at him up and down. Seeing this, Chen Shi suddenly had a guess in his mind. This woman didn't seem to be a simple reflection. Sure enough, after the woman looked at him up and down, she asked the question. "Are you willing to sacrifice yourself for your lover?" "I'm willing." As soon as the woman finished speaking, Chen Shi gave the answer decisively. Wasn't this nonsense? If it wasn't for Ying, how could he be easily defeated by 3 heavenly masters? Chen Shi could be considered to have walked through the gates of hell. Although he couldn't figure out why he suddenly returned to the dark space, it didn't stop Chen Shi from making bold guesses. This must have something to do with this mysterious woman. Since the woman had brought him back from the gates of hell, she probably wasn't just playing with him for fun. Therefore, after much consideration, Chen Shi decided to answer the woman's question first. He also wanted to see what strange reaction the woman would have next. However, what Chen Shi didn't expect. He gave the answer, but the woman did not respond at all, as if a computer had crashed. She was depressed. After 2 or 3 minutes, the woman, she slowly raised her right hand and gently placed it on Shi's cheek. The arm that was shackled and covered in scars was so real. However, Shi didn't feel like he was being touched by a foreign object. This scene was very strange. It was like the sun shining on the arm, and then the shadow of the arm was reflected on Shi's face. Shi couldn't feel the woman touching him at all. However, his eyes could clearly see that the woman's palm was continuously caressing his face. What's going on? The woman's behavior made Shi very uncomfortable. However, there was nothing he could do. He could only watch as he was being molested. He was at the peak of the soul formation stage, but now he was reduced to such a state. It was really sad and lamentable. Since he couldn't resist, he could only endure silently. Shi closed his eyes with a numb expression, but his mind was working quickly. Everything in front of him was too strange. Even with his experience, he couldn't figure out what kind of existence this woman was. This scene was very similar to how he treated his sister-in-law in the past. Didn't Qin Shueqing, who was still an ordinary warrior, also let Shi do whatever he wanted? The peak strength did not understand the world of the soul formation stage. Just like the soul formation stage did not understand the world of the void realm. Even when facing his master, Shi didn't feel so lost. So it was obvious. This mysterious woman in front of him. She might not just be a void realm expert. Thinking of this, Shi couldn't help but open his eyes and keep looking at the woman in front of him. He was trying to find a secret from the woman. But at this moment, in the depths of the endless void, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck down. The moment the lightning flashed, not only was Shi shocked, but even the woman seemed to be shocked. The woman hurriedly turned her head to look, and the chains on her body suddenly made a ding-ding-dang-dang sound. Then, Shi's divine sense seemed to have been electrified, and he finally detected a trace of vital essence fluctuation in the depths of the void. This fluctuation was extremely violent, and it could be said to be, the sky fell and the earth cracked. It was earth-shattering. The first bolt of lightning had just disappeared, and it was followed by another bolt of lightning. One bolt after another, and it didn't stop at all. In just a few breaths, there were hundreds and thousands of bolts of lightning striking the depths of the void. The bright light of the lightning was particularly dazzling in the darkness. In each bolt of lightning, there seemed to be a huge wave of vital essence fluctuation. She had never seen such an exaggerated wave of vital essence fluctuation, and he only felt that he was so small in front of this wave of energy. It was as panicked as an ordinary person facing the brilliant power of heaven. There was a great terror in the depths of the void. It was like a puppy facing a tiger, or a grass snake facing a dragon. The strong pressure brought about by the difference in realm almost made Shi breathless. Pressure was a very mysterious thing. Here was an example. When Shi faced a group of martial artists on Earth who didn't know anything, as long as he deliberately showed a trace of hostility, the other party would be so scared that they would piss their pants, and probably not even be able to stand properly. This was pressure. This special phenomenon would only occur when there was an absolute difference in realm between two people. It came from the instinct of life, so even immortal cultivators were no exception. Even though Shi had stayed in the heavenly jade world for a whole 500 years, he had never seen such a strong pressure. This big shot who suddenly appeared in the depths of the void. Was he just at the insightful void realm? Even if someone said that he was a tribulation true immortal, Shi would still believe it. And while Shi was struggling to resist the strong pressure, the chains on the woman's body suddenly tightened, and an unknown force was trying to pull her back into the purple flame. The woman tried to struggle, but the 9 chains on her body seemed to be electrified. The more she struggled, the more pain the chains would bring her. Finally, the woman couldn't hold on any longer. But the moment she was about to be pulled back into the purple flame by the chains, the woman suddenly stretched out her right hand, and then pointed at Shi's forehead. Chapter 427. In the depths of the void, dazzling lightning flashed one after another. Although there was no sound of thunder, every time the lightning flashed, it would set off a huge wave of vital essence. A strong pressure kept surging from the darkness. She was in the middle of this pressure. He only felt that he was now like a small sampan floating in the sea, and could be crushed into powder by the stormy waves at any time. She struggled against the invisible pressure from the depths of the void. The woman struggled against the 9 chains on her body. There seemed to be an unknown power in the purple flame, and it was this power that restrained the mysterious woman in front of him. The woman struggled frantically, but these 9 chains seemed to be wrapped around the capstan of an ancient city gate. Every time the capstan turned, the chains would tighten inch by inch toward the purple flame. Purple flame, azure lightning. The mysterious woman, 9 chains. Everything looked so strange. But the really strange thing was, no matter how shocking the scene in front of she was, he did not hear any strange sounds. Except for the occasional clanging of the chains, she could not hear any sound. The dark space was still so quiet. Even if the woman seemed to be howling at the sky, she did not hear any sound she made. It was as if he was deaf. Apart from that strong pressure, even his divine sense could not detect any unusual fluctuations. What was happening in front of him? It was completely beyond the scope of she's understanding. The lightning flashed faster and faster, and the purple flame grew stronger and stronger. The woman was gradually unable to hold on. But the moment she was about to be pulled back into the flame, the woman's right index finger suddenly pointed between she's eyebrows. At that moment, she suddenly felt a bone-piercing chill. It was as if his eyebrows had suddenly touched a piece of ice. It was so cold that he could not help but shiver. Then, she did not even have time to react. The past events of his life rushed to his mind like a tide and appeared in front of him one by one. It was like a movie that started rewinding at 32 times the speed of the movie when the ending was clearly shown. From Longzhou Peak to Diyu Island, from Shangjing to Zhonghai, from Tianxian to Earthchen, she also reverted from Soul Formation to Yuanying, then to Golden Core and Foundation Establishment, and finally back to being an ordinary person. The timeline was reversed and the past was still vivid in his mind. She was like a spectator sitting in front of the TV, watching his life in a daze. Soon, the movie returned to the beginning. It was the scene when he worked overtime until late at night and couldn't get a taxi, so he could only run home in the rain. A bolt of lightning struck down. The image stopped abruptly. "It's you." He turned around and looked at her with a gentle gaze. However, in the blink of an eye, his thoughts had already turned 1,000 times. She gaped at the mysterious woman in front of him. He had thousands of questions in his heart, but before he could ask, the woman was dragged back into the flames by the chains. And the moment the woman entered the flames, she seemed to have heard She's voice, so a faint smile appeared on her originally pained face. Although she couldn't see the woman's face, he could clearly feel that. The woman seemed to be smiling at him. Finally, the woman's figure was swallowed by the purple flames. The lightning in the distance disappeared in a flash. After the purple flames fluttered for a moment, they instantly disappeared like fireworks. And as the flames went out, the pressure that came from the depths of the void also slowly faded. She was like a spectator, staring blankly as the darkness enveloped him again. Everything returned to silence. He could finally move again. Huff, huff, huff. As soon as he was free, she couldn't help but start to pant heavily. Although the strong pressure had disappeared, he still hadn't recovered from the fear. She forced himself to calm down a little, then sat cross-legged in the void. And at this moment, she suddenly realized that his injuries had healed, and the true origin in his body was abundant, almost at the peak. What was going on? Could it be that the woman cured him before she left? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but be shocked, and he suddenly had an illusion that he was trapped in a deadly illusion. Illusion attacks the heart, and attacking the heart was the most important thing. There was nothing in the dark space, so naturally there was no reference. After She's strength recovered, everything seemed to return to the moment when he opened the gate of heaven with his sword and fell into the dark space. So he couldn't help but wonder if he had fallen into some kind of illusion again. Everything that he had experienced before, was it all just an illusion? This guess was actually very reasonable. After all, illusion arrays were usually more terrifying than killing arrays. However, Chun-Shi immediately rejected this guess. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The pressure was so real, and the woman's existence was so real. No illusion could be so realistic, so everything that he had experienced just now was definitely real. Chun-Shi had encountered the insightful void before, because his master was at the insightful void. And Chun-Shi had been lucky enough to see the Tao integration above the insightful void. However, even a Tao integration stage senior wouldn't be able to exert such terrifying pressure on him. So, the great terror that was emitting such a strong pressure in the depths of the void was definitely not at the insightful void stage, and might even surpass the Tao integration and reach the legendary tribulation bath. Immortal cultivation, immortal cultivation. This was the real, immortal. Chun-Shi didn't sense any aura from the woman, but just based on the 9 chains on her body and the move she showed before she left, Chun-Shi had reason to believe that this woman should be at the same level as that great terror. Moreover, this mysterious woman seemed to have an inexplicable kindness toward him. Coupled with her last finger, Chun-Shi instantly had a guess in his heart. Could it be the reason why he went to the heavenly jade world for no reason? Everything was because of this mysterious woman just now. Chun-Shi's heart was filled with questions. But no matter how hard he racked his brains, he still couldn't figure out the reason. There were still too few clues. One had to know that this was an important figure that only existed in myths and legends, and he was lucky enough to come into close contact with her today. Although he only said a few words, he resisted a strong pressure. But for Chun-Shi, who was already at the soul formation stage, this kind of experience was very rare. So, he immediately sat cross-legged in the void and began to carefully recall the entire process of the woman's appearance. He tried to gain some experience from it, but he didn't expect that when he sat down. He sat down for a whole 300 years. Please remember the domain name of this book. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version, Reading Website. Chapter 428. In the dark space, Chun-Shi used a strand of true essence to create a very crude timer, and then he completely went into seclusion. After his previous experience, he didn't dare to waste his true essence at all. Instead, he entered the state of tortoise rest from the beginning and kept thinking about everything he just saw in his mind. The reason why the woman didn't have any aura on her was that she had an inexplicable kindness toward Chun-Shi from the beginning, so she deliberately restrained her aura. If the woman was a prisoner, then the great terror that appeared later was obviously the prison guard guarding the prisoner. These were 2 great figures who had the ability to reach the heavens and penetrate the earth. Chun-Shi couldn't figure it out, so he focused all his energy on himself. And what he just experienced also made Chun-Shi realize for the first time that soul formation was too weak. So weak that even if he came to Heaven Capital, he couldn't get the soul mirror and save Ying. He was so weak that he could only tremble and be at a loss under the terrifying pressure of others. Chun-Shi really didn't like this feeling. So he wanted to use this opportunity to get close to the 2 great figures to break through to the insightful emptiness realm in one go. Strength was always relative. In the heavenly jade world, he was the Dawn Divine Lord who oversaw a region. On earth, he was a god who was above ordinary people. But in Heaven Capital, he found that he couldn't deal with the siege of the 10 celestial venerables and 5 divine generals by himself. As for the great terror of the mysterious woman, she was a terrifying existence that Chun-Shi didn't even dare to think about before. The comfortable life made Chun-Shi gradually forget the first rule, which was natural selection, survival of the fittest. Chun-Shi had a monthly salary of more than 10,000, and his life in a small county was too comfortable. But for big cities like Shangjing and Zhonghai, what was more than 10,000 a month? To put it bluntly, in fact, he had lowered his own level, which was why he was able to live a carefree life. You have your pursuits and I have my choices. So Chun-Shi's previous idea wasn't wrong. His mistake was the development and progress of society would not stop because of a single person. Following the birth of a child, the price of housing skyrocketed. Even if they were hiding in a small county town with a monthly income of more than 10,000, they began to struggle to make ends meet. When Chun-Shi could no longer protect his family with his current strength, that would be when he made a grave mistake. Chun-Shi realized his mistake, which was why he was so eager to break through to the insightful emptiness realm. It was the same as when he was eager to break through to the divine transformation realm and step on the path home. Fortunately, as long as a man was willing to work hard, it was never too late. Ren Jingfei founded Huawei at the age of 43. Zhong Qingho founded Waha at the age of 44. Then there was Colonel Sanders of the United States, who didn't even start KFC until he was 66. I was once dressed in fine clothes and riding a horse, young and frivolous. Now he's working diligently, and a great talent is a late success. While Chen Shi was trying his best to comprehend the true meaning of the word void in the dark space, the little fellow was also gradually adapting to her new life without the company of her parents. As usual, the little fellow made many video calls to Chen Shi every day. For this reason, Wu Lian even specially invited a child psychologist from the capital university to deal with the little fellow's overflowing yearning at any time. The little fellow was like Truman in the movie The Truman Show, living in a fairy tale world that Wu Lian carefully created for her. She gradually got used to video calls with her father, and also gradually got used to her mother's deep sleep. But unfortunately, communication through video calls couldn't compare to the company of real people after all. When the child no longer cried and insisted that her father come home, it meant that her heart had begun to close up. As soon as the video call ended, the smile on the little fellow's face would visibly diminish. She no longer liked new toys, and she no longer clamored to play in the ice rink. If the two brothers didn't come to the courtyard to play with her every day, rain or shine, her entire childhood would probably be much dimmer. Toys, cartoons, Big Cat, and the two brothers had already formed the entire content of the little fellow's life. Grandpa was very good to her. Although Grandpa was often in a daze alone and accidentally neglected her existence, the little fellow could still feel Grandpa's deep care for her in her heart. But this care, it was more like the feeling that Aunt Zhang once gave her, rather than the feeling that her parents once gave her. Only when one once had something would one know what it meant to lose it. She began to like holding her phone in a daze in the room alone. Because she grew up, she naturally began to have troubles. Time flew by. It was a new year. Aunt Zhang was very puzzled as to why Chen Shi didn't call her this year. So as soon as the spring festival was over, the old lady took the initiative to call Chen Shi. Unexpectedly, the old lady was fooled by Wang Chuanju, saying that Chen Shi and his family were traveling abroad and wouldn't be back for a long time. Aunt Zhang naturally believed this, so after a series of instructions on the phone, she completely dispelled the idea of visiting the little fellow in Beijing. Even a snail would leave a white mark when it crawled past, let alone a person. Chen Shi's sudden disappearance also completely shattered the network of contacts he had built before. Of course, for him, this kind of network was actually dispensable. But for Nian, a child who grew up relying on her parents' network, all of this was indeed a little too cruel. In the blink of an eye, spring passed and summer arrived. Nian was also 6 years old. Perhaps because of his age, Qin Yongyan usually didn't care about any holidays except for the spring festival. If the little fellow hadn't suddenly asked when she came home from school, Qin Yongyan would have even forgotten that he had to celebrate a child's birthday. May 5th. Wasn't today Nianyan's birthday? After looking at the calendar, Qin Yongyan slapped his forehead and realized. After comforting the little fellow for a while, he hurriedly rushed out to buy her a cake. To be honest, although Qin Yongyan had a scholarly, easygoing, and otherworldly temperament, he was actually a straight man of steel. A straight man, usually he only knew how to practice martial arts. But now, he suddenly wanted him to make the child happy. Wasn't this making things difficult for him? If the little girl in the cake shop didn't kindly remind him, Qin Yongyan wouldn't even know to prepare 6 candles for Nianyan. Fortunately, Nianyan's temperament had changed. If it was when Chen Shi was still alive, this little thing would immediately cry out of grievance. Nianyan didn't cry. After seeing her grandfather lighting the candles in a hurry, she followed what her mother taught her before, closed her eyes and seriously made a wish. Her wish was very simple, that was, she hoped that her father could come back soon. Therefore, after simply eating a few mouthfuls of cake, the little fellow let Qin Yongyan accompany her to sing Insects Fly, just like how she used to celebrate her birthday. The dark sky was low, followed by the bright stars. Insects fly, insects fly. Who are you thinking of? The stars in the sky shed tears. The roses on the ground withered. The cold wind blows. The cold wind blows. As long as you accompany me. Chapter 429. Nian was 6 years old. Without the company of her parents, the boring time seemed to pass faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, the little girl had already graduated from Donghuimen kindergarten. It was time for her to go to primary school. August 30th, reporting day. Early in the morning, after Qin Yongyan helped the little girl wash up, the two of them got on the bus and then went to the primary school affiliated to Capital University, located near Zuanwomen. This was the growth path that she had planned for the little girl a long time ago. Therefore, after Nian graduated from Donghuimen kindergarten, she didn't even have to go for an interview. She directly got a place to enroll in Capital University affiliated primary school. And because of her, the two brothers naturally easily got two very precious places. Because they had been living with Xia Kaiji recently, the two brothers couldn't report with Nian today. They could only arrange to meet her at the reporting office later. Qin Yongyan originally thought that Nian would inevitably feel a little scared and even unwilling to go to school when she suddenly changed to an unfamiliar environment. Therefore, before they left, Qin Yongyan was actually mentally prepared for a tough battle. But what he never expected was, after Nian walked into this unfamiliar school, her face didn't have the usual fear and uneasiness that was commonly seen on other children. Instead, it was like she was touring a park. While she walked slowly to the reporting office, her eyes were constantly looking at the classmates who passed by her. To be honest, with her calm appearance, she didn't look like a first-grade child who had just entered school at all. Instead, she looked more like a 4th or 5th grade child. As one of the top experimental primary schools in the country, the capital-affiliated primary school was not a private school. Therefore, the moment one entered the school, it gave off a feeling of simple elegance with green bricks and gray tiles. There was also a quiet, beautiful, scholarly, and rich cultural atmosphere. This extremely scholarly atmosphere naturally formed a sharp contrast with the childlike atmosphere of the kindergarten. In addition, there was also a fundamental difference between primary school and kindergarten. After all, kindergarten was mainly for the experience of life, while primary school was where the real learning began, such as the timetable, work and rest schedule, exam results, homework, and other nightmarish things would also haunt them from this moment on until they became adults. And it was also from today onwards that Nian had a new identity, namely students. Yes, primary school students. Nian was assigned to Year 1, Class 2. This class assignment method was randomly assigned by the computer, so after the little fellow sat in the classroom, she waited for a long time but did not see the brothers. Qin Yongyan asked the teacher and found out that the two brothers had been assigned to Year 1, Class 3, next door. It was a sad story. Qin Yongyan was worried that the little girl would be scared, so he quickly comforted her and promised that he would find a way to put her in the same class as the two brothers. Who would have thought that the little fellow only nodded blankly after hearing this, and did not show any extreme reaction. On the other hand, the two brothers in the next class were so anxious that they were about to cry because they couldn't find Nian. The first graders had just graduated from kindergarten, so they more or less carried the habits they had developed in kindergarten. Therefore, the classroom gradually quieted down after the homeroom teacher and the subject teacher arrived. The homeroom teacher first did a simple self-introduction, then began to distribute various kinds of information collection forms to the parents. This was the first time parents and teachers met. The first graders couldn't sit still, so the whole process didn't take very long. After the homeroom teacher took back the forms, she asked the parents to follow her to the multimedia classroom, where the school would officially hold a parent conference for the first graders. During this time, the children in each class had to stay in the classroom and be led by the teacher to play games with them. After the parent conference ended, the children would be familiar with the school environment, and the new students' registration would be completed successfully. They only had to wait for school to officially start the day after tomorrow. There were no problems with the school's arrangements. However, after Qin Yongyan followed the homeroom teacher to the multimedia classroom, there was a small commotion in Year 1, Class 2. As for the reason for the commotion, it was completely because of an unlucky brat. After the parents followed the homeroom teacher to the multimedia classroom, the children were guided by the teacher to play with plasticine. Nian was wearing a white dress today. Qin Ruoying personally picked it for her. With her rosy cheeks and big watery eyes, she looked very stunning. Yes, just like her mother back then. With such an outstanding appearance and a faint fragrance on her body, the boys in the class would peek at her from time to time from the moment she walked into the classroom. Children at this age still had a vague understanding of gender, and it was more out of curiosity. Beauty was innate because it was determined by genes. Most children would enter the aesthetic sensitivity stage when they were 3 years old. They would even choose colors that they liked, such as red, blue, etc. Therefore, don't think that children couldn't distinguish between beauty and ugliness. Not only did adults like beautiful women, but children also liked beautiful women. Nian was clearly a living beauty. Most children were very obedient, but there were always a few exceptions, which was commonly known as brats. Unfortunately, there was a brat sitting diagonally behind Nian. Although this brat was only 6 years old this year, he was very mischievous. He was not afraid of parents or teachers at all. It seemed that when he was in kindergarten, he was the tyrant of the class. Nian was so cute, so the brat naturally had his eyes on her from the beginning. Of course, this brat's heart was not as dirty and dark as the adults. He just instinctively wanted to get close to Nian. However, the way he approached others was completely unacceptable to ordinary people. This brat took advantage of the time when the teacher was teaching the other children to play with plasticine to climb to the ground and quietly crawl behind Nian. He wanted to lift Nian's skirt, just like he used to lift other people's skirts. However, just as he held the little girl's skirt tightly with a smirk on his face, the little girl who was seriously playing with the plasticine seemed to have been prepared. She suddenly stood up from her seat and slapped him directly in the face. Slap! Nian did not use much strength, but the crisp sound of the slap alarmed the entire classroom. The brat was stunned. He was stunned for a long time. When he saw the teacher rush over, the brat's grievance seemed to have found an outlet. He couldn't help but burst into tears. Chan Nian, what are you doing? Chapter 430. Chan Nian. Compared to the recently popular names like Zishuan, Sini, Sihan, and Kursin, the little girl's name seemed particularly ordinary. But because of her outstanding appearance, the teacher remembered this child who was as cute as a porcelain doll at a glance. She didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but most people would discover a strange phenomenon during their school days, and that was, a good-looking girl would usually be the class monitor of the class. Of course, the prerequisite was that the girl had self-respect and self-respect. Perhaps it was because their beautiful appearance gave them more attention, but at the same time, it also gave them more pressure. In addition, girls matured early, so these girls were usually more mature and sensible than ordinary children. Nian's appearance was already very outstanding, and in addition, she was influenced by rich spirit energy all year round. So even if she didn't cultivate, she had a temperament that was far superior to other children her age. Therefore, the moment the teacher saw her, she had already listed the little girl as a candidate for class monitor. If her performance in the future was good and her results could keep up with the rest of the team, this position would obviously be decided internally. But no one would have thought that the little girl who easily gained the approval of all the teachers would beat another child to tears on the first day of school. The naughty child sat on the ground and cried loudly, while Nian stood there and looked at him coldly. Seeing this, the teacher couldn't help but be angry, so she couldn't help but scold her. However, Nian didn't defend herself. Instead, she pursed her lips and looked indifferent. School bullying was a situation that occurred in every school and even every class. As one of the top teachers in the country, the teachers of the capital-affiliated primary school naturally did a lot of research in this area. The naughty child deliberately cried loudly, hoping that the teacher would be biased towards him. Fortunately, the teacher wasn't a fool, so before confirming the truth, she didn't dare to make a conclusion. Seeing that Nian didn't continue to beat him, the teacher came between the two children and patiently asked the reason. In fact, when the teacher realized that the naughty child wasn't in his seat, she had a guess in her heart. So, she immediately relaxed her expression and tried to communicate with the little girl. Chan Yen, tell me, why did you bully your classmate? Hearing this, the little girl pouted and replied stiffly, Daddy said that no one is allowed to lift my skirt. I'm a girl. Whoever lifts my skirt is a pervert. Dad said that this is a matter of principle, so I must give him a good thrashing. The little fellow's words were loud and clear, full of righteousness. After hearing this, the teacher didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was right. But how old was this child? How would she know anything about erotic things? It was probably just for fun. Teacher understood the entire process of what had happened. In such a situation, it was wrong to favor either side. The naughty brat had sneakily come over to lift her skirt, but he didn't expect that this time he would lift a steel plate, so she raised her hand and gave him a slap. It was wrong to lift her skirt, but it was even more wrong to hit her. Therefore, after the teacher pointed out the two children's mistakes, she asked them to apologize to each other. Chan Yen, if you encounter such a situation in the future, you can tell teacher directly. Teacher will definitely criticize him severely. But you have to remember, you're not allowed to hit anyone in the future, understand? The teacher felt that the nature of hitting someone was worse, so she asked Nyenyen to apologize to the naughty brat first. Unexpectedly, after Nyenyen heard this, she immediately frowned and replied stubbornly, I won't. He's a pervert. I don't want to apologize to a pervert. Perhaps it was because the movie Su Yuan had left a very serious psychological shadow on Chan Shi, so he had always been very concerned about the issue of indecency. Actually, to put it more bluntly, the naughty brat's behavior was indecent. Age wasn't a reason to make a mistake, nor was it an excuse to avoid making a mistake. Scourges were cultivated slowly. If a mistake was made and a random excuse was found to cover it up, there would obviously be more girls who would be unlucky in the future. Why did you not teach your child well? But my child was the one who was hurt. This was a matter of principle. Therefore, Chun Shi's attitude had always been absolutely unforgivable, absolutely unforgiving. Nyenyen had obviously inherited Chun Shi's teachings. Therefore, when she heard that the teacher actually asked her to apologize to the naughty brat, Nyenyen suddenly became confused. Pervert. Shameless. I'm not going to apologize to a pervert. Bah. The little girl's reaction was somewhat out of the teacher's expectations. She called him a pervert here and there, and the last bah deeply hurt the naughty brat who was lying on the ground pretending to be innocent. This was great. Seeing that the whole class was watching the show, the naughty brat who had to bear the name of pervert suddenly felt a little embarrassed. After all, he was still a child. The teacher was busy correcting Nyenyen's mistake, so she didn't notice the naughty brat's thoughts. When the naughty brat saw that everyone seemed to be laughing at him, his mentality instantly exploded. After a loud cry, he ran out of the classroom while crying. Well, this time he was really crying. Seeing this, the teacher quickly chased after him. But this naughty brat ran like a thief, and in a flash, he jumped into the multimedia classroom next door. The parents were having a meeting in the multimedia classroom, and this tragic cry immediately attracted everyone's attention. While everyone was still wondering what was going on outside, a rather good-looking young woman directly rushed out of the classroom. Nonsense, as a mother, how could she not know whose child was crying? As expected, as soon as the beautiful young woman went out, she saw the naughty brat who was covering his face and running wildly. Yang, come here. Mommy is here. What's wrong? Who bullied you? Don't cry. Tell Mommy. Mommy will help you. After seeing his mother, not only did the naughty brat not stop crying, but he also cried even more heartbreakingly. The naughty brat's cries echoed in the corridor classroom, as one could imagine. How wronged he must have been. Fortunately, the school didn't officially start today, and in such a big school there were only freshmen like them, or else where would the school put its face? The parent-teacher conference was forced to be suspended. The principal walked out of the multimedia classroom with a gloomy face. A group of head teachers and head teachers followed behind the principal expressionlessly, but in their hearts, they had already started cursing. Which class was this child from? Was the teacher who took care of this child an idiot? Didn't he know that today was the registration day? The principal had just introduced the school's teaching staff and teaching atmosphere to the parents, but in the end, the other side slapped their faces. The head teachers of each class silently prayed in their hearts, only hoping that this unlucky child was not from their class. The principal, teachers, parents. A group of people walked out of the multimedia classroom in such a grandiose manner. When the head teacher of Year 1 Class 2 realized that this naughty brat was actually from Year 1 Class 2, she fell silent. The head teachers of the other classes suddenly had a very strange expression on their faces. Hee. There was a good show to watch. Please remember the domain name of this book, .com. Wonderful book mobile version website, .com. Chapter 431. The naughty child cried until the sky darkened. No matter what the parents asked him, he just pointed at the classroom and kept sobbing. Looking at his pitiful appearance, those who didn't know would think that he had been wronged. It was normal for first graders to cry. It shouldn't have caused such a big commotion. Unfortunately, the child's mother wasn't someone to be trifled with. The teacher who rushed out tried to calm the situation, but the beautiful young woman didn't listen to her at all. Seeing that the child couldn't stop crying, the young woman took her son directly to the door of the multimedia classroom. Then, she squatted at the door and slowly coaxed her son. From the beginning to the end, she didn't say a word to the teacher. Instead, she silently comforted her son. And this was actually the highest level of a shrew. She didn't make a fuss. She didn't hang herself. She just looked on coldly and laughed. She didn't even do anything hysterical or embarrassing. She just silently stood at the door with the child. At that moment, all the teachers present, including the principal, couldn't help but feel a little scared. They instantly understood that today's matter might not be easy to resolve. The naughty child's crying interrupted the meeting, and at the same time, it caused a burst of discussion among the parents. The young woman didn't do anything extreme, and the school couldn't forcibly take the crying child away. Therefore, seeing that the head of the year department couldn't communicate with her, the principal could only temporarily stop the meeting. He personally promised the young woman that he would give her a satisfactory explanation after he found out the reason. After the young woman heard the principal's promise, she whispered a few words in the naughty child's ear. It was strange. The naughty child who couldn't be coaxed heard his mother's words, and his originally tragic cries suddenly became sobbing. Is this an Oscar-winning actor? Seeing this, the teachers couldn't help but silently complain in their hearts. Everyone was an adult, so how could they not understand the twists and turns in the story? This woman knew how to use the rules, and at the same time, she understood the principle of the weak defeating the strong. It was obvious how angry the principal was to be involved in such a mess on the first day of school. Therefore, after the principal gave the task of presiding over the meeting to the head of the year department, he quickly walked out of the multimedia classroom with the class teachers. When the parents saw this, they ignored the age director's advice and hurriedly followed the principal out of the multimedia classroom. After confirming that the troublemaker wasn't their child, the parents returned to their seats and discussed the aftermath of the incident. It's so hard to get a place in the capital-affiliated primary school. Looks like there aren't any left. I wonder whose unlucky child this is. Won't father and mother be angered to death this time? After all, today was not even the first day of school. It was just a reporting day, but it turned out to be such a big deal. If nothing unexpected happened, this child who hit someone would probably be treated as an example and expelled directly by the school. Of course, according to the rules of the 9-year compulsory education, schools could not directly expel or dissuade students. But the school could give the students holidays. Other than making things difficult for them, the school had many other ways to make students transfer schools voluntarily. Moreover, today was only the registration day, and the information had not yet been submitted for review. The principal could delete the child's information at any time. Perhaps it was out of sympathy for the loss of a rabbit, but the group of parents immediately decided to repeatedly educate their children in the future. They must not make any mistakes and be expelled from school. Back to the principal. After the group of people arrived at the door of Year 1 Class 2's classroom, they did not directly enter the classroom. Instead, they asked the teacher to go in and call out the troublemaker. Nian obediently followed the teacher out of the classroom. As soon as they stepped out of the door, the naughty child who had been crying nonstop looked as if he had seen his father's murderer. He immediately pointed at Nian and shouted excitedly, "Mother! It's her! She's the one who hit me! Here! It hurts!" After saying that, the naughty child raised his head and signaled his mother to see the palm print on his face. He was a child after all, and his skin was very delicate. Although Nian did not use much strength, this slap was still solid and left a faint mark on his face. The young woman saw the palm print on the child's face, but she did not do anything. Instead, she silently looked at the principal. In this case, the principal naturally had to understand the situation first. Therefore, the teacher immediately went forward to explain. This was the capital's affiliated primary school, and all the children were enrolling on the first day. Naturally, the teacher could not be biased. Therefore, when the principal heard the whole story, he immediately agreed with the way the teacher handled it. The teacher did not do anything wrong. If it were any other school or any other teacher facing this situation, they would have done the same. It was wrong to lift the skirt, but it was even more wrong to hit someone. Therefore, there was nothing wrong with the judgment that the person who hit someone should apologize first, and the troublemaker should apologize later. But the problem now was, Nian was like a tortoise who ate a scale today. No matter how the teacher communicated with her, she was determined not to admit that she was wrong. And children, in addition to being particularly prone to crying, actually had another characteristic, and that was they were especially stubborn. They were even more stubborn than adults. Standing in front of her was the principal, the young woman holding the naughty child's hand, and the teacher in charge of each class. The teachers said one after another to guide the little fellow. As long as she apologized, the principal obviously would not make things difficult for this 6-year-old child. But unfortunately, Nian did not apologize. She even said in front of the principal that she was determined not to apologize again. "I'm not apologizing. I'm not wrong. The person who lifted my skirt is a pervert. I'm not apologizing to a pervert." Even though she was surrounded in the middle, she did not show any fear on her face. In fact, it was not just the principal who came today. Even if God came, he would not be able to change her mind. Because this was a matter of principle that she had repeatedly emphasized to her. Time had smoothed out our edges and corners, and time had eroded our hearts. The 6-year-old Nian had not learned to be flexible. Therefore, her father's words were the truth sword in her hand, and also her stubbornness. Even if the whole world said that you were wrong, it was okay, her father was here. Seeing that the little fellow was still unwilling to admit her mistake, the principal could only sigh deeply in the end. Then, he turned to the teacher and asked, "Where are the child's parents? Didn't they come out with us?" Hearing this, the teachers could not help but look at each other. They suddenly knew that things were not good. As expected, seeing that the little fellow's parents did not appear, the principal directly said to the teacher in charge of Year 1 Class 2, "Inform her parents. This kind of child, our school can't educate her. Didn't I write it wrong before? So, I'll write it according to my idea. What I want to write is about Nian's growth. So, I hope you understand, under the protection of an eagle will never grow up." Please remember the domain name of this book. 9 Heavens God Emperor Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 432. This kind of child, our school can't educate her. Wasn't the meaning of this sentence clear enough? The principal was trying to dissuade the little girl. Although she was only a 6-year-old child, Nian's actions today had already crossed the line. And the worst thing was, no matter how the teacher tried to guide her, Nian was determined not to admit that she was wrong. Under these circumstances, even if the principal wanted to give her a chance to repent, he couldn't find a suitable reason to do so. After all, today was only the first day of school and not the usual day of classes. If she really entered the school with this stubborn and violent temper of hers, who knew what kind of trouble she would cause in the future? This was a primary school affiliated to the capital, and at the same time it was also the top public primary school in the country. He couldn't allow a single rat to spoil the entire pot of soup. The principal repeatedly deliberated for a long time. In the end, he made this seemingly unreasonable decision. Of course, the principal was actually very clear in his heart. For a 6-year-old child, her worldview had yet to be stabilized, so the child's every action was actually carried out according to the daily teachings of the parents. Rather than saying that it was the child's fault, it was more accurate to say that it was the parents' fault. But in the end, the child was the one to take the blame. Nian happened to bump into the muzzle of the gun, and because of this, she became the target of the principal's punishment. At this moment, no teacher spoke up to plead for her, and even the homeroom teacher of Year 1 Class 2 was silent. Seeing this, the young woman couldn't help but reveal a trace of satisfaction on her face. She gently touched the naughty child's face, as if hinting to her son, "Look, mother is standing up for you." Seeing that the principal had spoken, the homeroom teacher could only sigh deeply, then turned around and walked to the multimedia classroom, preparing to inform Chan Yen's parents to take the child away. But just as she was about to turn around, Qin Yongyan, who hadn't shown his face all this time, suddenly appeared behind her. Qin Yongyan had already stepped into the diviner realm. Although this level of cultivation couldn't achieve eternal youth, they could still maintain their appearance for decades. In order to not appear too different, Qin Yongyan deliberately made himself look a lot older, thus giving the impression that he was about 40 or 50 years old. With his cultivation level, he naturally knew what was going on outside. Therefore, as soon as he appeared, Qin Yongyan directly walked past the head teacher and came to the little girl. "Nian, come. Grandpa will take you home." He gently held the little fellow in his arms, and with a little force, the little fellow was lifted up by him. At this moment, the right or wrong of this matter was no longer important. Qin Yongyan respected Chun Shi's teaching methods, so as long as Nian believed that she was not wrong, then she really was not wrong. The one who was wrong was the brat and that beautiful woman. At the same time, it was also the school's education method. Isn't it just a small school affiliated to the capital? What's the big deal? Was this the only school in Wuxia? It's okay. Grandpa will change the school for you. Qin Yongyan didn't even bother to greet the principal. Under the gaze of all the teachers, he carried the little fellow and walked straight to the school gate. The little fellow silently lay in Qin Yongyan's arms. After Qin Yongyan carried her out of the school gate, she couldn't help but look back at the school that had driven her away on her first day. In fact, she felt very wronged. But she didn't cry from beginning to end. Because, her father once said, "You can't cry when you're wronged. If you cry, it means you've lost. There's a group of people waiting to see you make a fool of yourself, especially those who have wronged you. The more wronged and sad you are, the happier and more complacent they will be." Qin Yongyan wasn't Chen Shi, so he didn't want to lower himself to the level of these ordinary people. The only solution he could think of was to change the school and environment for Nian. Therefore, after walking out of the school gate, Qin Yongyan took out his phone and called Wang Chuanju. Wang Chuanju was presiding over a department meeting, so she wouldn't have answered the phone. But she remembered that Qin Yongyan was an antique who didn't even use a cell phone. Something important must have happened if he suddenly called. Therefore, Wang Chuanju immediately stopped the meeting and walked out of the conference room with her phone. "Ah? What? Transfer Nian? The capital-affiliated primary school is close to home and the quality of education is good. Why would she want to transfer schools?" Wang Chuanju felt that Qin Yongyan's request was very strange, so she repeatedly asked over the phone. Qin Yongyan didn't want to say at first, but he couldn't stand her bombardment of questions, so he had to roughly explain the situation. But unexpectedly, after hearing the story, Wang Chuanju exploded on the spot. Even though they were separated by a door, her roar could be heard clearly in the conference room. "What? Nian was expelled? Who did it? Don't go. I'll be right there. What do you mean I don't care? My granddaughter was bullied, and you want me to do nothing? Brother, I don't want to criticize you, but you really need to change your good temper. It's a good thing that Chun Shi isn't at home now. Otherwise, with his daughter's temper, wouldn't he tear down the school today?" "Okay, don't say anymore. I'll be right there." It had to be said that Wang Chuanju was really efficient. In the time it took Qin Yongyan and the little girl to wait for the bus, she had already rushed over with a group of people. As soon as they got off the bus, Wang Chuanju directly squatted in front of the little girl, then gently hugged her into her arms and patiently asked, "Nian, tell Grandma, what's going on today?" Perhaps it was because Wang Chuanju was a woman. When the little girl saw her, she immediately pouted and said coquettishly, "Dad said that I'll hit whoever lifts my skirt, but the teacher said that I did something wrong and wanted me to apologize to him." Speaking of this, the little girl suddenly paused, and for the first time, an expression of grievance and sadness appeared on her face. In fact, when everyone said that she was wrong, how could she not have doubted her own actions? After all, she was not some stubborn brat. Although Grandpa said that she did nothing wrong, the little girl still seemed to have some self-doubt. So she could not help but ask doubtfully, "Grandma, was I really wrong?" The so-called right and wrong itself was a subjective meaning. Perhaps as long as Wang Chuanju said that she was wrong, the little girl would immediately change her mind and take the initiative to apologize to the brat. She was very sensible. And it was precisely because she was sensible that she would not be easily persuaded by outsiders. Qin Yongyan was not an outsider, and Wang Chuanju was not an outsider either. So as long as one of them said that she was wrong, the little girl would seriously reflect on it. Fortunately, Wang Chuanju did not give her a chance to reflect, but directly carried her up and strode towards the school gate. "What wrong? Your grandpa has a soft temper, likes to settle everything peacefully, and is not easily calculative with others? Because of this character, he used to be bullied in the village, so don't learn from him. If you want to learn, learn from your father. Didn't your father often say this? We don't cause trouble, but we're not afraid of trouble either. Whether it's at school or elsewhere, in short, if you fall behind, you'll be beaten. If you're weak, you'll be bullied. So Nian, you must remember. In the future, if anyone dares to lift your skirt, you'll beat him hard for me. Because not only did your father say this, but your grandma also said this." With Wang Chuanju's encouragement, the doubts in the little girl's heart suddenly disappeared, and a smile finally appeared on her face again. Looking at the valiant and high-spirited Wang Chuanju striding into the school gate, Qin Yongyan could only helplessly shake his head at the side. No wonder Qin Xueqing's character was so tough. Wasn't it all because of Wang Chuanju's teaching? The two sisters of the Qin family, Ruo Ying and Lin Qing. One was gentle like water. One was as strong as fire. Who knew? Who would Nian look more like when she grew up? Please remember the domain name of the book. 9 Heavens God Emperor Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 433. With Wang Chuanju's strong appearance, there was a shocking turn of events. When the principal saw her take out a black ID, he immediately squeezed out a sincere smile on his face. Couldn't be helped. This was the world of adults. Their edges and corners had been smoothed out by time, and the corners of their mouths were raised into sophisticated smiles. Wang Chuanju was really too strong. No one knew what she said to the principal, but in a short while, Nian was led back to the classroom by the class teacher with a smile. Children didn't hold grudges. But when the naughty child saw Nian return to her seat as if nothing had happened, he couldn't help but have a flash of fear on his face. It was obvious that the naughty child was really afraid of this new classmate who beat him up at the slightest disagreement. Nian was still young, so she didn't understand what Wang Chuanju's appearance meant. But the beautiful young woman was very clear that she might have kicked an iron plate today. So when she came out of the principal's office, she hurriedly left the school with the naughty child, as if she didn't want to stay here any longer. As Nian returned to her seat, this farce also came to an end. Other than the naughty child being taken away by his mother, it was as if nothing had happened. And Nian, the freshman who dared to beat someone on the first day of registration, became famous because of this battle. Now, not only did the teachers in the school know that her background wasn't ordinary, even the students looked at her differently when they looked at her. After all, in a class, there were also class bullies other than top students. Fame was earned through fighting. The teachers didn't talk about what happened today, and the children were afraid that they would be the next to be beaten. So from today onwards, Nian was already firmly sitting on the throne of Year 1 Class 2. The teachers of each class took the students to tour the school and let the children familiarize themselves with the school environment. After that, the whole process of registration was over. The little guy was confused the whole day. After dinner, when she made a video call to Chen Shi, she told her father about it. She didn't expect that after Chen Shi heard about it. He repeatedly told her not to hit anyone in the future. As the saying goes, no one knows a son better than his father. Who doesn't know a father better than a son? Children were the closest people to their parents. How could they not be aware of the changes in their parents? Chen Shi's previous education had long been deeply ingrained in Yanyan's mind, so when he suddenly proposed a completely different education concept at this moment, the little fellow immediately felt a little strange, because these words were obviously in conflict with what Chen Shi had said before, and it was also completely different from what Grandma had said. Looking at the lifelike Chen Shi in the video, the little girl was at a loss. It was as if an error had occurred when a computer was running. The little guy's brain shut down. The child psychologist did not know the real Chen Shi, so he could only guide the little guy in the correct way. But no matter how perfect the imitation was, a fake would always be a fake. Therefore, this seemingly small oversight planted a seed of doubt in the little fellow's heart. Perhaps she wouldn't be able to detect any abnormalities in the short term. But if time passed, by the time the little fellow turned into a little girl, this clumsy lie would probably burst like a bubble. Fortunately, the little fellow was still young. Even if she felt a little strange, she didn't directly question it over the phone. As usual, Chen Shi comforted the little fellow, told her a few stories, and coaxed her to sleep. The little fellow nodded. But after hanging up the phone, she didn't seem to be sleepy at all. She turned over and directly leaned against Qin Ruoying. She still felt a little confused, so she leaned her head on her mother's shoulder and told her what she saw and heard today. Unfortunately, her mother was still sleeping quietly. The little fellow blinked and suddenly felt a little cold, so she softly called in the dark, "Big cat." Meow. After hearing her call, the big cat immediately jumped down from the beam and directly got into the little fellow's bed with a few leaps. Feeling the warmth from the big cat, the little guy blinked his eyes and turned to look at the window at the side. Tonight, the moonlight was like water. The moonlight shone through the window on the bedside. The little fellow hugged the big cat tightly and clung to Qin Ruoying. She couldn't help but murmur, "Big cat, where do you think Dad is going?" Meow. "When will he come back?" Meow. "I miss him so much." Perhaps he felt the strong longing in his daughter's heart. Chen Shi suddenly woke up from his meditation. Perhaps because he had been meditating for too long this time, the moment he woke up, Chen Shi even had the illusion that he was in a courtyard. But then, the endless darkness in front of him made him recognize the reality. Chen Shi was still floating in the darkness. Looking at the timer beside him, he found that he had been meditating for as long as 200 years. There was no 60-year cycle in the mountains, and no one knew the year after the winter. Last time, Chen Shi was imprisoned for 200 years. When his life was in danger, a light door appeared to save him. Now another 200 years had passed, and the light door still hadn't appeared. In this regard, Chen Shi didn't panic at all. In fact, he had already guessed that the light door might be related to the mysterious woman. If he counted the time on Dragon Head Peak, the mysterious woman had actually saved him twice. Because the difference in their realms was too great, Chen Shi could only silently remember the woman's life-saving grace and didn't think about how to repay her. Chen Shi watched the woman being dragged away by the chains. Naturally, he couldn't pin his hopes on the mysterious woman to escape. This time, he could only rely on himself. The way to escape was actually very simple. He just needed to enter the Void Realm. After 200 years of meditation, Chen Shi was very sure that this dark space was actually not different from the big world. Both were small planes in the cracks of the void. It was just that the big world had been transformed by the grand pure divine ancestor, so it became a paradise that protected the ancient cultivators. Thinking of this, Chen Shi looked around the void. After getting up and stretching his body, he sat down again with his legs crossed. These 200 years were not in vain. He kept thinking about the true meaning of the word, void, in his mind and successfully found a clue. Chen Shi had already understood it, but because of the lack of clinical trials, he couldn't break through to the void realm. The tortoise breathing secret technique allowed him to retain abundant true yuan, So Chun Shi now only needed to turn the deduction in his mind into reality. Void realm. Seeing through the void, training the spirit to return to the void. And this was the third level that cultivators had to step on. Please remember the domain name of the book. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor mobile version of reading website. Chapter 434. After 200 years of pondering and deliberating, Chun Shi finally grasped the true meaning of the word void that his master once mentioned. What is void? It is the void and also the void. Seeing through the void and encompassing all things. Even if you haven't eaten pork, have you not seen a pig run? Chun Shi had long known the main characteristics of Dongshu stage cultivators. They can freely travel through the universe, make sumaru mustard bags, and even open up their own small plane in the void. Apart from that, the biggest characteristic of Dongshu stage cultivators is that they are full of energy. Dongshu stage cultivators have reached the peak of their ability to sense and use the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Therefore, even if they don't actively guide it, they can easily influence the spiritual energy of heaven and earth nearby. Therefore, when Dongshu stage cultivators fight, any technique they use will be much more powerful than before. More importantly, as long as there is spiritual energy of heaven and earth nearby, Dongshu stage cultivators will never face the predicament of being exhausted. Because the speed at which they breathe in and out spiritual energy is far more than the consumption of their techniques. Therefore, in theory, Dongshu stage cultivators will have the absolute advantage even if they are surrounded by countless Yuanying stage cultivators. If we use gaming terms to describe it, it would be Yuanying stage cultivators can't even break through the defense. How can they hurt Dongshu stage cultivators? Of course, the above is all that Chun Shi can see. The significance of Dongshu stage is much more than that. Maybe the mysterious woman left too deep an impression on Chun Shi, so after ending the tortoise-like state, Chun Shi can no longer calm down. He can't help but think about the process of the woman's appearance. In a trance, Chun Shi suddenly understands why he can't see the woman's face or hear her voice. That's because the woman is not in the same plane as him. Everything that Chun Shi had seen before was merely a projection of the woman through countless small planes using her supreme magic power to appear in front of him. From the beginning to the end, the woman never really came to the dark space he was in. As for the terrifying aura that came after, Chun Shi has reason to suspect the Great Terror was actually trying to find out the true reason why the woman projected herself into this world. However, the woman had used some unknown method to prevent the Great Terror from discovering his existence. That was how Chun Shi managed to survive. The two mysterious experts flashed past Chun Shi's eyes like comets, but they left an extremely deep impression on him. Chun Shi kept thinking about everything related to the mysterious woman. Purple flames and azure lightning. The mysterious woman had 9 chains. The Great Terror in the depths of the void, as well as his 200 years of contemplation and contemplation. All sorts of seemingly unrelated events converged together. Suddenly, Chun Shi understood. It was like playing the ice bucket challenge in the middle of winter. When a basin of ice water was poured over his head, he suddenly felt enlightened. The word void was too mysterious. It could be understood as both the void and nothingness. The former meant space, while the latter meant matter. In the dark space, there was only space and no matter. The only matter was himself. Just like the sumaru mustard seed bag, this dark space seemed endless, but in fact, it couldn't be any smaller. Since Chun Shi was in the dark space, then he was part of the space, so the space was infinitely large for him. But if he jumped out of the space and looked back at this dark space, how big could it be? It might be as big as the sun, or as small as a speck of dust. But all of this, what did it have to do with him? He was no longer a reference object in it, but an observer outside of it. The sun might be big, but as long as he flew out of the solar system, the sun would become a tiny star. Everything was relative. Nothingness and the void, space and matter, they seemed unrelated, but they were closely related. And this was obviously the so-called true meaning of the word void. Chun Shi understood the key, so what he had to do next was to put his thoughts into practice. So he closed his eyes again. This time, there were no more distracting thoughts in his mind. Understanding and breaking through are two different things. So, When Chun Shi opened his eyes again, another 100 years had passed. A full 300 years. Chun Shi had finally endured until this moment. Therefore, the moment he opened his eyes, the surging true essence suddenly surged out of his body, and then spread out in circles. But then, the true essence was like tentacles and was all pulled back by Chun Shi. He was looking for the law threads left behind by the mysterious woman. When people walk through the snow, they would leave a trail of footprints on the snow. Although Chun Shi understood the true meaning of the word void, but because there was no spiritual energy in this place, he had not truly broken through to the Dongshu stage. Right now, he could not use his own strength to forcefully break through the void. So he needed to find the door of light that the woman opened for him. The snow melted. The door of light also disappeared. But the law threads that connected the two worlds still existed. Unless the woman personally destroyed it, this thread would forever exist between the two worlds. And this is the first law of heaven and earth that a cultivator must grasp, and also the biggest difference between the Dongshu stage and the ascended stage. One end is connected to the world, the other end is connected to the dark space. Chun Shi could only find this law thread at the moment, because he had once used this law thread to travel between the two worlds. Maybe, when he breaks through again in the future, he will suddenly realize, even in this empty dark space, there were countless densely packed law threads. Every single one of them led to a different place. Chun Shi still could not open a new law thread by himself, so he could only rely on the woman's power. He searched and searched and searched. Finally, he found it. To Chun Shi, this thread could not be any thinner. If he did not understand the true meaning of the word void, he would not be able to sense the existence of this thread in his life. Of course, the so-called thread was just a concept. It actually refers to a cultivator's understanding of the law of heaven and earth. This was the first time Chun Shi came into contact with the law of heaven and earth. Thus, the moment he discovered this law thread, he was so excited that he started to tremble. Chun Shi could no longer suppress his excitement, and immediately reached out to touch the thread. The moment his finger touched the law thread, a golden light shone. The spirit energy from the world kept pouring out from the golden light. A smile that had not appeared in a long time appeared on Chun Shi's face. After that, he did not stay any longer, and directly turned into a ray of light and entered the golden light. The world. I'm back. Please remember the domain name of this book, .com. The mobile version of the book, .com. Chapter 435. Unlike the previous time, Chun Shi used his own ability to traverse through the two realms. After he flew out of the golden light, he naturally had a deeper understanding of the law threads. Chun Shi looked up and saw the same towering trees and lush vegetation on the floating island. The great sun-moon star array dispelled the darkness and brought light to the large world. Everything in front of him was the same as the last time he was here. There seemed to be no changes. But after Chun Shi looked around the floating island, he suddenly realized that the great sun-moon star array in the sky, which seemed to only be used for illumination, faintly contained strange patterns that even he could not understand. After realizing that something was wrong, Chun Shi was not in a hurry to find Yuan Tianzuan to settle the score. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the ground and looked up at the sky with a serious expression on his face as he observed. The last time he was here, he had not comprehended the true meaning of the word void, so he did not feel that there was anything special about this array. Now that he had comprehended the true meaning of the word void, and had even come into contact with the first law of heaven and earth, after careful observation, Chun Shi suddenly realized that these patterns were not the array patterns that maintained the operation of the array, but a law thread that he had never come into contact with before. The sun-moon-star array rotated in unison. 9 stars flew in the sky, 9 palaces in the sky. Chun Shi looked at the bottom of the floating island thoughtfully. When he saw that the bottom of the floating island was still covered with stars, he suddenly had a guess. This array was not only used for illumination. That was because other than the many law threads above the floating island that guided the movement of the stars, there were also many law threads below the floating island that seemed to be there but not there. They were silent in the void, like a huge net hanging below the floating island group. If the 120,000 floating islands were considered as a whole, Then this array was like two huge nets, firmly sandwiching the islands in between. One net had the sun-moon-star array hanging on it, called Heaven's Net. The other net was deposited in the void, called Earth's Net. After understanding the mystery, She guessed this formation might be the final trump card left by the Grand Pure Divine Ancestor for Tiandu. Once Tiandu faced a life and death crisis, the formation could instantly turn into a murderous formation and wipe out all enemies for Tiandu. Oh, it seems to be very powerful. After confirming the dangers of the Great Formation, She was still in no hurry to kill his way to Dragon Head Peak. Instead, he randomly grabbed an unlucky fellow on the floating island. Just like the last time, he had a time frame of reference this time, so he quickly found out from the mouth of this unlucky guy. It had only been a month since the battle on Dragon Head Peak. In other words, although She had been in the dark space for 300 years, only a month had passed in the Great World. If the previous 200 years were to be included, then from the time he opened the gate of heaven until now, a total of less than 2 months had passed. If Tiandu time was converted to Earth time, it should be about 16 months. December of 1 year. 1 year and 1 April. Nian was already more than 6 years old. Without him and Ying to accompany her this year, he didn't know if this child's birthday was happy. Thinking of this, She's longing for her suddenly overflowed like the Yellow River, uncontrollable. So, he didn't delay any longer. After casually knocking that unlucky fellow unconscious and throwing him to the side, she directly sat cross-legged in the air. As he entered a meditative state, the spirit chi of heaven and earth within a radius of 1,000 miles suddenly surged toward him like a tsunami. Under She's intentional guidance, the spirit chi of heaven and earth suddenly gathered in one place, almost turning into an almost translucent, huge funnel visible to the naked eye. The violent surge of spirit chi set off a huge storm. The storm spread in all directions, instantly causing several large floating islands in the vicinity to tremble. Rumbling noises kept ringing out. The nearby floating islands seemed to have experienced an earthquake. Not only were the residents on the islands terrified, but even the birds and beasts on the islands were so frightened that they scattered and roared. The spirit chi funnel grew larger and larger, and in a short while, it covered all the floating islands within a radius of 100 miles. And the spirit chi on the floating islands covered by the funnel all rushed toward Bicker. The direction of the bickering was exactly where Shi was. He was using his own strength, draining the dragon veins of hundreds of floating islands. When the spirit chi of heaven and earth entered the body, there should be a refining process. However, Shi was like a large factory at this moment. As long as the spirit chi entered his body, after a few assembly lines of processing, it would completely become a part of his body. The spirit chi surged faster and faster, and the accumulation of vital essence also increased. Shi didn't hide his aura at all, so his aura was rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. The early stage of the soul formation realm, the middle stage, the late stage, and then the peak stage. Under such crazy pressure, in just a few breaths' time, the accumulation of vital essence in Shi's body had already reached the peak. And as the funnel continued to expand, Shi's aura also became stronger and stronger. In the face of such a powerful aura, the residents on the nearest islands couldn't even stand steadily. At this moment, he didn't hide the killing intent in his heart. This killing intent seemed to have substance, and in the end, it turned into an invisible long sword. It soared into the sky and cut through the clouds. The sword pointed to the Dragon Head Peak. Bang! 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 Hundreds of dragon drums sounded at the same time, and the dense drum sounds poured down like a rainstorm. At that moment, even the god generals on duty on the various islands were stunned. But then, they were like cats whose tails had been stepped on, and they couldn't help but let out a long cry. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! In an instant, everyone was in a panic, and the sky shook. Yuan Tianzuan was discussing something with the celestial venerables in the Emperor Hall. When they suddenly heard the warning of the 5 divine generals, a trace of surprise flashed across the faces of the celestial venerables. Since they were called the celestial venerables of the 10 directions, there were naturally 10 celestial venerables in Tiandu. She was lucky last time and just happened to arrive at Dragon Head Peak when the other Celestial Venerables were patrolling. So he only met the 3 Celestial Venerables, Yuhuan, Miao Fa, and Xianzhen. But today was different with Yuhuan Tianzun as the leader, Yujiang, Taihua, Yinghua, and the other Celestial Venerables were all present at this moment. Therefore, after hearing the Divine General's warning, Yuhuan Tianzun's face darkened on the spot. It must be him. He was lucky enough to escape last time, and now he dares to come back? Does he really think there's no one in Tiandu? Before he finished speaking, Yuhuan Tianzun summoned the Jade Huan glazed cup, and then suddenly turned into a ray of light, rushing towards the direction of the dragon drum. Seeing this, the 7 Celestial Venerables who had not experienced the battle on Dragon Head Peak couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. Was there a need to be so excited? Chapter 436. Other than Yuhuan, Miao Fa, and Xianzhen, the other Celestial Venerables had never personally fought with Chen Shi, so their understanding of Chen Shi came from the battle recordings on the Shen Tian mirror. The 7 Celestial Venerables were very knowledgeable, so it was not difficult to discover through the battle recordings. Although Chen Shi seemed ferocious at that time, using his own strength to forcefully deal with the siege of 3 Empyreans, during the fight, he had been in a passive state the entire time, basically without any extra strength to fight back. The 3 Celestial Venerables almost took away half of Chen Shi's life, not to mention the 10 Celestial Venerables present. Therefore, after seeing Yuhuan Tianzun so excited, the 7 Celestial Venerables could not help but feel a little puzzled. Looking at Yuhuan's aggressive manner, could it be that he had some personal grudge with that person? The 7 Celestial Venerables each had their own thoughts. As they pondered over the key points, they followed Miao Fa and Xianzhen to the direction of the dragon drum. The 10 Celestial Venerables going out to meet the enemy was a grand occasion in Divine Capital. They did not say that they were not allowed to watch the battle. Therefore, the spectators could no longer suppress the excitement in their hearts. As long as they could fly, they followed the footsteps of the 10 Celestial Venerables and rushed toward Chen Shi's location like a swarm of bees. For a moment, as long as the Celestial Venerables passed by the floating island, it was like a hornet's nest that was lit by a fire. In an instant, countless Celestial Venerables and above flew out. It had been a long time since the great world was so lively. Densely packed silhouettes continuously flew across the sky above the floating island like a swarm of locusts. The scene was even more shocking than the final battle in the movie Avatar. It had to be said that this troublemaker not only had a high cultivation, but also had courage that far surpassed ordinary people. As the saying goes, where there is life, there is hope. As long as one's cultivation reached the golden core stage and above, one's life was more important than anything else. The cultivation of immortal cultivators was not easy to come by, so how could they so easily give it up for nothing? What was the difference between Chen Shi's current actions and courting death? In order to fight back, he sacrificed his life for nothing. How unwise was such an action? Many people could not help but feel sorry for Chen Shi from the bottom of their hearts. However, even more people were filled with excitement, hoping to witness the fall of a heavenly venerate with their own eyes. With Yuhuan Tianzun in the lead, the immortal cultivators of the great world quickly arrived at the periphery of the floating islands. The funnel that looked like a canopy of clouds had now turned into a gigantic cloud vortex, enveloping almost all of the floating islands within 1,000 miles. As the heaven and earth spirit chi continuously flowed into the center of the funnel, the floating island enveloped by the funnel gradually lost its vitality. At this very moment, the cloud vortex above the floating islands was like a ferocious beast from ancient times. Apart from sucking dry all the dragon veins on the floating islands, it also cast a huge psychological shadow on the islanders. This mysterious man who dared to make an enemy of Tiandu had yet to show himself, but the invisible pressure coming from his body weighed down on everyone's hearts like a huge rock. A sense of despair gradually spread through the crowd. It was only after Yuhuan Tianzun's roar that this huge rock finally fell. Arrogant thief! There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell, but you insist on coming. Generals of Tiandu, listen to my order. Follow me and set up the soul-capturing formation. This time, we must not let him escape. Yuan Tianzuan took the lead and led the 5 divine generals into the cloud vortex like a sharp arrow. His appearance was like a ray of light in the darkness, instantly clearing away the haze in everyone's hearts. The islanders raised their heads to look, and they could not help but reveal an excited expression as if they had just escaped death. In the end, Yuan Tianzuan was their spiritual leader. Unlike last time, Yuan Tianzuan did not care about his face this time and forced himself to fight Chun Shi one-on-one. Instead, he assumed a group fighting stance. However, when he rushed into the clouds, he suddenly realized that Chun Shi's aura seemed to be much stronger than last time. Thinking of this, Yuan Tianzuan's face could not help but flash a trace of surprise, and a sense of uneasiness arose in his heart. However, when Mirofa and Shenzhen arrived, this feeling of uneasiness was thrown out of his mind in the blink of an eye. He was just a defeated opponent. Could it be that he could pierce through the sky today? For safety reasons, Yuan Tianzuan did not recklessly rush in alone. He was afraid of falling into Chun Shi's ambush, so he immediately said to Miaofa and Shenzhen, "This person's behavior today is really strange. I'm afraid it's a trap. The two of you, follow me to find out what's going on." Hearing this, Miaofa and Shenzhen immediately nodded, then summoned their magic weapons and rushed into the depths of the clouds with Yuan Tianzuan side by side. At the same time, Chun Shi, who was in the center of the vortex, slowly opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, the vortex formed by the spiritual energy above him began to rotate rapidly, and then poured down on him at a speed visible to the naked eye. There was no grand and unique scene of a breakthrough. When the vital essence in Chun Shi's body accumulated to a certain level, he, who had mastered the true meaning of the word void, naturally broke through to the divine transformation stage, and then directly stepped into the Dongshu stage. The moment Chun Shi stepped into the Dongshu stage, a faint golden light suddenly lit up on his eyebrows. From afar, it was a bit like when Erlang Shin opened his heavenly eye in the TV series. Then, this golden light gradually converged between Chun Shi's eyebrows, and then completely disappeared. This was the first law of heaven and earth that he had mastered, also known as the divine mark. Once the divine mark appeared, the Dongshu stage would appear. Chun Shi deliberately restrained his aura, so Yuan Tianzuan did not notice anything strange. When enemies meet, naturally, their eyes would be exceptionally red. Even though they were still far away, the two sides did not even say a word. As the saying goes, "My brother Long is ruthless and doesn't talk much." The moment he saw Chun Shi, Yuan Tianzuan viciously threw the jade-glazed cup in his hand at him. It was still the 3 lanterns of heaven, earth, and man. Seeing this, Chun Shi did not even condense the divine sword Dharma power. He directly formed a sword with his fingers, and then slashed at the 3 lanterns. It was still the first move of the moonlight sword technique. But after this sword slash, it instantly sucked away the little remaining spiritual chi in the surroundings, causing a strange vacuum to appear where the sword slash passed. This was the difference between the divine transformation stage and the Dongshu stage. If the divine transformation stage was compared to nitroglycerin, then the Dongshu stage was obviously nuclear fusion. There was a fundamental difference between the two. Therefore, the moment Chun Shi's sword slash hit the 3 lanterns of heaven, earth, and man, an explosion that was beyond everyone's imagination occurred. With a loud boom, the 3 lanterns were sent flying back. The 3 heavenly lords who were closely related to the 3 lanterns seemed to have been severely injured, and a strange flush appeared on their faces. Please remember the domain name of this book: 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version Website. Chapter 437. Above the Floating Islands. The huge cloud vortex obscured everyone's vision. They did not dare to approach the vortex, so they quietly floated around it. Looking up, the densely packed figures were like a swarm of locusts, almost covering half the sky. Just like the audience in the Colosseum in Rome, these descendants of ancient cultivators did not dare to make any noise, but there was still an inexplicable fanaticism in their eyes. Everyone wanted to witness the fall of a heavenly venerable with their own eyes. But no one expected that in addition to witnessing the fall of a heavenly venerable, they would also be fortunate enough to witness the birth of an ancient legend, with the arrival of the 3 heavenly venerables. Yuhuan, Miaofa, and Xianzhan. A gap was torn in the cloud vortex that covered the sky. The three heavenly venerables were like three sharp arrows with tricolored divine flames on them as they shot straight at the enemy in the depths of the vortex. For a moment, the golden myriad spirit ancient E, the purple sky incinerating purple flame, and the grayish-green netherworld ghost flame all bloomed with their own unique brilliance. The three flames intertwined and rose, burning fiercely, almost instantly burning away a large portion of the cloud vortex. At the same time, it also cleared the vision of the spectators. And it was precisely because of this clear vision that everyone witnessed what happened next with their own eyes. After the green sword light and the tricolored divine flame collided in the air, it was like a sharp sword piercing through a glass window. It strangely felt like a mirror shattering in the void. Boom! Following a huge explosion, a formless shockwave spread out. Wherever the shockwave went, spiritual energy surged and wreaked havoc. The spectators closer to the center of the battlefield felt as if their chests had been hit by a battering ram. They were actually sent flying by this invisible force just like that. All of you, back off. Back off at least 5 kilometers. Divine generals of 5 directions. Listen up. No one is allowed to come near this place. Fortunately, there were not only 3 heavenly venerables present today. The 7 heavenly venerables, including Yu Jiang, Taihua, and Yinghua, who had arrived later, saw the intensity of the battle and simultaneously pulled up a protective barrier around the periphery, saving many people in time. Although it was only the first move, the intensity of this battle was far greater than the battle on Dragon Head Peak. Feeling the powerful true essence fluctuations, the 7 celestial venerables' faces suddenly flashed with a trace of surprise. It was no wonder that Yuhuan would put on such a solemn expression. If it was a one-on-one battle, it was likely that none of the 10 Empyreans present were his match. In a battle between experts, one move was enough to determine the truth. The 7 celestial venerables merely watched the battle from afar and did not personally step forward to fight with Chun Shi, so their feelings were naturally not as vivid as those of the 3 celestial venerables present. Chun Shi's seemingly casual slash, other than forcing the heaven, earth, and man lanterns to retreat, he had also directly injured the 3 celestial venerables who were related to the lives of the 3 lanterns. How could Yuhuan Tianzuan not be shocked? It wasn't like he hadn't fought with Chun Shi before. When he fought Chun Shi, who was at the peak of the soul formation stage, he didn't have the upper hand, but it wasn't as if he had no chance of winning. But now, Chun Shi was fighting against 3 celestial venerables alone, but he could still easily injure them. How was this possible? At this moment, not only was Yuhuan Tianzuan shocked, but even the 2 celestial venerables, Miao Fa and Xianzhan, were filled with shock and uncertainty. The 3 of them hesitated, and the scene temporarily returned to its original calm. Seeing this, Chun Shi wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he slowly flew up until he was at the same height as the 3 celestial venerables. Only then did he speak loudly to everyone present. This humble one is Chun Shi. I've already met all of you before, so I don't think I need to introduce myself too much, right? Actually, I've always wanted to sit down and talk with all of you, but you didn't even give me a chance to speak. I originally had no intention of making an enemy out of Tiandu. I just wanted to borrow the sky-bearing impersonation technique and use the floating dawn mirror. If all of you are reasonable, you should understand that you shouldn't make an enemy out of me for no reason. At this point, Chun Shi suddenly paused. Then, he looked at Yuhuan Tianzuan and said calmly, "Also, I want to clarify that I didn't kill Wuxia." After hearing this, a trace of doubt flashed across Yuhuan Tianzuan's face. He frowned and seemed to want to say something, but then he heard Chun Shi continue. "So what I want to say now is, if all of you are willing to talk, then I can give all of you another chance. Let's turn weapons of war into gifts of jade and silk, so as to avoid increasing the sin of killing. If not, everyone, please don't blame my sword for being merciless." Although Chun Shi wasn't an unforgiving evil person, he wasn't a good person with a gentle temperament either. If the mysterious woman hadn't saved him, he would have died with hatred in his heart. Therefore, although his words seemed reasonable, in reality, he didn't leave any face for the 10 celestial venerables. This was deliberately embarrassing for Tiandu. Of course, if the other party honestly lowered their heads and admitted their mistakes, she could indeed consider letting them live. But, with the lofty status of the 10 celestial venerables, how could they easily lower their heads to others? What? Don't we, the 10 celestial venerables, need face? If they really agreed to Shi's request today, then how would the 10 of them face the generals of Tiandu in the future? How would they continue to rule the outside world with the face? From the beginning, Shi had already calculated the thoughts of the 10 celestial venerables. The reason why he wasted his breath was actually just to give himself a good reason to make a move so that he could be more decisive when he took action later. Speaking of which, Shi was really a little mischievous. As expected, it would have been better if he hadn't said those words. After saying that, the 10 celestial venerables' expressions changed greatly. Among them, Celestial Venerable Sunblaze, who had the most fiery temper, was so angry that he directly summoned his natal magic treasure, Heaven's Splitting Axe. After that, Celestial Venerable Sunblaze ignored Celestial Venerable Yuzhang's obstruction and rushed toward Shi with his giant axe. Little thief! Don't be so arrogant. Yuhuan, you guys watch on the sidelines for now. Let me deal with him alone. Yuhuan, Mirofa, and Shenzhen couldn't gain any advantage over Shi, but Celestial Venerable Sunblaze didn't believe it. He raised his giant axe and fiercely chopped at Shi. Axes were different from swords. They were designed to be heavy and powerful and must kill in one hit. Therefore, as Celestial Venerable Sunblaze chopped down with his axe, a strong wind immediately blew in the air. In terms of power, it was even more ferocious than the 3 lanterns of heaven, earth, and man. This kind of fighting style that only focused on killing and disregarded defense was actually very rare among immortal cultivators. Celestial Venerable Sunblaze relied on the indomitable fierceness in his bones to fight for the position of Celestial Venerable. Therefore, even if his cultivation wasn't at the top of the 10 Celestial Venerables, not many people dared to casually fight with him. He was a living brute. But today, this brute met an opponent who was even more reckless than him. Come on! Seeing that the giant axe was about to arrive, Shi's face suddenly flashed with a trace of excitement. He made a grabbing motion with his left hand, and a saber-like materialization weapon condensed in his hand. Then, Shi held the saber in his hand and directly faced the giant axe, using strength to overcome strength, using force to meet force. He wanted to take this opportunity to gauge the absolute power that he now possessed.